Okay, we're ready to get started. If councillors could take their seats. I will now call this reconvened public hearing back to order. Welcome everyone to City Hall on this beautiful April evening. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
This is a reconvened special council meeting for the purpose of holding a public hearing to consider zoning and development and sign bylaw amendments for 228, 246 East Broadway and 180 Kingsway, with Mayor Robertson in the chair. Councillor Affleck. Here. Councillor Ball. Here. Councillor Carr. Here. Councillor Deal. Here. Councillor Jang. Here. Councillor Louie. Here. Councillor Meggs. Councillor Reimer is on medical leave. Councillor Stevenson is on leave of absence. Councillor Tang. You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we are still in Committee of the Whole since we recessed last night, April 4th at about 11 p.m. So before we get to speakers, I'll have brief announcements, and I'm thinking staff has some responses to questions that were posed by councillors at the end of the meeting last night. There was a series of questions staff have hopefully had enough time to work on. Let me just start with the announcements. Before we get there, we need to hear. Yeah, I can start with you. I'll start with the announcements. Actually, no, I'll do those once we get to speakers. So, Madam Clerk, will you read the summary of correspondence received since last night?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The following is a summary of additional correspondence received by Council since 5 p.m., April 4th. In support, we've received 3 additional letters in support of the application. We received 16 additional letters in opposition to the application, as well as 2 petitions, unaudited, that are also in opposition, and we have received no other comments. These numbers represent correspondence received by the City Clerk's office up to 5:11 p.m. today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, just a couple of announcements before we go to staff and then to our speakers list. If we don't finish tonight, we have scheduled Friday, April the 13th at 6 p.m. as our next backup night. So you can mark that on your calendar. That is conceivable given how many people are still on the speakers list. Right now we're on speaker number 223. That is Ian Williams, and we have 288 speakers registered. And so we may be back for Friday, April the 13th, depending on whether all of the speakers are here tonight to speak. So, just a couple of points. Apologies to those of you who've been here for many nights and heard me say this a few times. In terms of our procedure here, speakers have 5 minutes for their remarks. We ask that you limit your comments to the merits of the zoning and bylaw applications that are being considered by Council, and please also state whether you are in support or opposed to the application. Those who are speaking on behalf of 3 or more persons or 3 or more organizations will have up to 8 minutes to speak, and we ask those representatives of the organizations or persons must also be present here. Speakers may speak only once, and additional comments can be submitted in writing to mayorandcouncil@vancouver.ca, and all written comments need to be received no longer than 15 minutes after the end of the speakers list. So if we finish the speakers list tonight, there's a 15-minute period after that, at which time we'll probably be in closing comments from staff and the applicant. For people to submit their further comments. Those comments can't exceed 1,500 words. Certainly can include presentations. We expect that. So if you are using an interpreter in this meeting, we ask that both you and the interpreter will need to approach the podium together, and we ask that the interpreter interpret every few sentences to keep the flow up. So with that, we'll start hearing from staff who have information for council that was requested at last night's meeting. Ms. McNeil.
Tonight we're going to have another short presentation for you, and I remind you we have another yellow memo that was prepared today, and that is to cover the real estate questions that were asked over the course of the last 3 or 4 evenings. So we've collected in a written format, and there are 3 accompanying studies that are attached to that for your reference as well. You didn't get a yellow memo? You got one emailed? Maybe you'd like a paper copy. Okay. And in addition to that, you left us with about 12 questions last night again. And so we're going to have a short verbal presentation starting with Lon LeClaire from engineering and followed by Jim DeHoop for housing and myself for planning. Lon?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I had 4 questions related to transportation. First question from Council was, how long does the proposed separated bike lane stretch? The answer to that is we've prepared a plan for the bike lane on 10th Avenue between Watson and Kingsway. This is actually the section that is directly adjacent to the RISE project. However, when we did that in the context of 10th Avenue for a section from Prince Edward to Quebec. Engineering is also looking at a number of locations along 10th Avenue for its entire stretch where vehicle volumes are high, and we're looking at bike improvements. The next question was, what are the plans for access and egress to the separated bike lane section? Cyclists accessing the separated bike paths always require special design attention at those locations. And so with this particular stretch, it will depend on how far we've developed the other sections of the 10th Avenue Bikeway at the time of the completion of the project. However, designing that in this section will be simplified by the fact that the vehicle traffic will be made one-way. And the two-way facility is on the correct side of the one-way street. And so a lot of those conflicts are eliminated or minimized. Another question that we had was how full to capacity is the current transit at this location? Certainly some of the routes serving this location regularly experience overcrowding. Everyone would be familiar with the 99 as a good example of that. Certainly this is also common in many locations throughout the city. However, this location does have the benefit of being served by 5 bus routes. This provides a number of options for transit riders heading in any direction. For example, Main Street bus is full at times of the day, but if you're headed north to downtown, the Kingsway bus often has a lot of spare capacity. All of the 5 bus routes are on the TransLink's frequent transit network, providing frequent service throughout the day, every day. The last question I had was, what are the future plans and timelines for the transit hub at this site? In many respects, this location is already a transit hub. In addition to that, the city is working with TransLink and other partners to increase capacity, both on Broadway as part of our Broadway Rapid Transit study, and as part of the city's transportation plan for north-south services. The provincial transit plan identified new rapid transit service on Broadway by 2020. Those are the answers that I had.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Just in follow-up to one of the answers I provided last evening, it generated another question in terms of the aspect of building height, in terms of density, and whether it saves the developer money. But it left unanswered the issue of whether the savings are in fact passed on to the individual buyers or consumers. And again, I should have clarified at that time that certainly that's often a concern of consumers in general. And myself, relatively new to Vancouver, from Ontario, many municipalities do not have mechanisms to try and ensure that those savings are passed on to consumers. But certainly Vancouver, I'm discovering, has a very advanced mechanism to do that through the community amenity contribution process. So in fact, it's very much an open book process of identifying what the costs of a development are at the current zoning, and then there is very much a process of determining with our real estate staff and planning staff in terms of the value of the real estate after the rezoning, and that in fact generates that value, and any cost savings as a result of density are in fact calculated and shared, not necessarily with the particular consumer, but in the form of a community amenity contribution. It could be a childcare, affordable housing, improvements in the immediate neighborhood. So in fact, that's one of the very strong attributes that Vancouver has, and I trust that answers your question. Thanks.
For the remainder of the questions, Council, you asked us about whether the city has a goal of 20% affordable housing within this project, and the answer is no. There's no requirement within C3A or, in fact, the Mount Pleasant Community Plan to supply 20% housing. If proposing, it is always owner-initiated in these instances, and it's based on their own financial assessment of financial goals for the project. You asked what are the criteria or goals regarding the calculation of the affordable housing. It's actually been presented a couple of times, and it's part of the yellow memo we gave you yesterday. And just to highlight that goal again is to have a cash CAC for $1.75 million. The goal is to develop subsidized rental units for a medium-income household of $1,000 a month for rental rate. If the city is using a mortgage to finance the project, they conceive they can produce up to 15 units in a concrete building or up to 25 units in a wood frame. There's a construction cost difference between those two. If they're combining the funds with other monies or partnering with other levels of government, they could conceivably produce significantly more units than that proposed. So again, that's the reason why the staff took the CAC as a cash contribution. You asked us what the projected population growth for Vancouver and the Lower Mainland is. For the city of Vancouver alone, the next 30 years, there are projected growth of 113,000 people. For the region, it's 1 million people. This information was taken from Stats Canada census figures, which was adjusted to the 2011 resident spaces and their undercount. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Just to repeat that. So the growth for Vancouver in the next 30 years is 113,000 people, and for the Lower Mainland, 1 million people. You asked us how is the decision made to allow rental in the strata building, and who makes that decision? The decision is always the purview of the strata board that is formed for the building. They would pass a motion that would be placed within their bylaws, and the strata board can decide on no rentals, limited rentals, or unlimited rentals, and they are free to change that bylaw at any time. You asked us, was high-rise property mentioned with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan workshops? This is an important point because we've heard from several speakers that the notion of a tall tower on this site is new information. And in fact, it is not. It has been embedded within those workshop documents since the beginning and in the formulation of the plan. It shows up in the proceedings from each of those workshops, and those have been posted on the city's website with respect to the formulation of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. Those documents have been posted for several years, and staff have never heard from any of the implementation committee members that is inaccurate in any way at all. So we'll leave you with that. You asked us about the parking proposed versus the parking required. The required number of parking spaces is 326. The city has supported a 10% reduction due to the location of this project at a transit hub, which would lower it down to 293. The developer has chosen to supply 320 stalls on 3 levels of underground parking, and that is according to their own marketing goals for the site. You asked us to review why staff suggested a cash CAC instead of an on-site CAC. We've heard a lot of community concern around that. And again, this has to do with what we thought would be a better offering to the city, that the community could be better served by taking the money, using the $1.75 million, which is the cost that generated the 15 on-site STIR units, turning that into actually subsidized rental units. Remember, those STIR units are market rental, they're not subsidized, and actually producing in theory, and not theory, but a very good sense of it, that they could be more than the 15 units that were proposed on site. Similarly, with that $4.5 million that was associated to the 9,200 square feet of artist production space, with the city's ability to leverage funds and do things differently, we were confident that we could produce an even greater cultural amenity than simply the 9,200 square feet of artist production space. So again, that is the reason why it was converted to cash. You asked us about future unused parking stalls within the Rise site. This was an interesting question for us, and we considered this quite significantly today. The answer is yes. A project could take unused parking stalls and convert it into another use, like artist production space. And there is an example of this that was shown up in the Arbutus rezoning. You all would have seen that within the last year. The rezoning is not enacted, but in fact they've taken a portion of one of the floors of the underground parking and converted it to a dance studio. That is certainly encouraged, and the city would be certainly supportive of that. There are issues around it. Of course, it has to meet building code requirements, so we're talking about rated compartments, separate exiting, probably separate exhaust systems as well. And it would increase the FSR in the site because it's not parking. It could be embedded within the zoning to allow that to occur, but again, this is at the discretion of the owner should they wish to do so. You asked us about whether we have any statistics on unused stalls in large developments, and no, we do not. It is anecdotal information that we know that several towers in the downtown core have unused parking levels, but we don't have any studies that confirm that. And you asked us about Brewery Creek. What is its historic significance, and what are the planning objectives, and clarify how the Rise site is dealing with the underground stream. Well, Brewery Creek is one of Vancouver's most significant water courses. It was the major impetus for the development of industry along the creek bed and actually developed part of early Vancouver. And it's for that reason that the city has adopted a Brewery Creek guideline. And it says that any site that traverses the creek bed, which runs from roughly 14th Avenue north along Main and skirts its way along this site and further north to False Creek, any site that is contained within that should consider several things. And at a minimum, it should commemorate the creek bed as it's located on that specific site. If it's feasible, it should create an open area through that commemoration. If it is really feasible, you should daylight the creek on your own site. And also, again, if feasible, channel stormwater along its original course. Now, that can be realized in many different ways on different projects, and the city has seen a variety of responses to that. In this instance, the creek bed skirts the extreme northwest corner of the site, and the applicant has proposed to commemorate the creek bed in a paving pattern that would commemorate the location and the date and what the creek bed's significance was, and that would be located in the landscape plans that are part of the rezoning application. And you asked us if we had any data on whether there were impacts of the businesses around the Knight and Kingsway development after that was constructed. And no, we do not. It would take a fairly significant study to determine that, given the level of complexity. And again, it is anecdotal, but staff are feeling that there has been no negative change onto that surrounding community because of the completion of that project. So that ends our presentation tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for reporting back to us on that set of questions from last night on such a short period of time. That's much appreciated. So we're going to jump in to hear from our speakers now, picking up where we left off last night. Speaker number 223 is Ian Williams, and he's followed by 224 Mirette Rodriguez and Thor Berggren and Ricardo San Marco. Welcome, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Can you hear?
Yep.
My name is Ian Williams. I was born in Vancouver in St. Paul's, and have lived and traveled through North and South America, Europe, and Asia. Wherever I've been, I've always said Vancouver is an incredible place to live. I would not choose to live anywhere else. And yet, when I sit in the backyard with my friends, a stone's throw from this proposal, we ask ourselves, what has happened to this city, and man, do I have to get out of here. It's proposals like this Rise development which motivate these feelings. But instead of turning and leaving, I'm here to stand up for this neighborhood and the neighborhoods in Vancouver, each of which I consider my own, my neighborhood, and one in which I want to be able to know which one am I in just by looking around, not through my GPS. I'll emphatically state I do not agree that this is an appropriate or even a good proposal for the site, and want to elaborate why. This is a proposal which has purportedly been in the works for 5 years, and I really have to ask, is this really the best vision the developer and the city have to offer for this site in the community? I can't help but get the feeling that the developer watched the MPC develop along with his plans and then knowingly crafted a proposal which cherry-picked enough themes to incorporate into it and put forward an over-the-top proposal in terms of size, proportion, density, and zoning, while at the same time ignoring all those conditions in the MPC that the MPC put in place for the site and opportunities for higher density. I even wonder if the sketch in the MPC that they point to showing a quite similar proposal was simply included as filler because of the related development proposal that was happening. This is an important site in the crossing of multiple entry corridors into the core of the city, deserving of an iconic building, but this is not it, neither in architecture or as a landmark for the community asset. The monolith from Space Odyssey of 2001 is also iconic, but I wouldn't want that in my neighborhood either. It's apparent that the developer has shot for the moon on this one and now progressively scaled back his proposal, claiming they've listened to the neighborhood's concerns and just want to get on with it. While the original concept documented was a monstrous 36-story building, the current scaled back proposal is still massive. While the developer says he listened to the community and touted reducing the building from 26 stories to 19, it really only shrank from 246 to 215. If that math were applied to the rest of the proposal, the building would be 84 feet tall, squatter than the Lee building, and we wouldn't be here talking about it. As a bonus, if the volume to floor space ratio would make the suites appear almost twice as spacious. Even the squatter tower on the block is going to be bigger than the Lee building and almost bigger than the Stella. At 330,000 square feet, this is bigger than the Millionaire hangar at the South Terminal of Vancouver Airport, and in comparison to the Sears Tower downtown at 500,000 square feet, which is partially underground, put on the Rise site, chop off the 20% triangular area for Kingsway, take one floor off the top, and that's what we're looking at in terms of FSR. So much of the public's understanding of the three development proposals in the city are based on the visuals of the artist's rendering. I believe the developer, by design or omission, has misled the public on the size of this development and has been well documented. However, let me suggest a simple visual to clear up just how big this proposal will be. String up a half a dozen oversized balloons tethered together to outline the perimeter of this residential tower and the large podium. Let's go down to the site and just see exactly where they will be. This proposal is a divisive issue, not just because of the proposal, but the process which led up to here. When approved by the UDP, the proposal still included story rental units and an artist space, and a neat little per-unit metering unit to monitor phantom energy consumption. And although two of those points are now missing from the proposal, the other has gone province-wide with about as much support as this proposal has locally. So we are here today, and I want to suggest two thoughts which would have put us in a different light to look at this proposal. First, interestingly enough, is another large development proposal. It's the 1400 Howe project. This project has to undergo an architectural design review, even though it is one of the most visually interesting proposals in this city. Garke Ingalls and the BIG group has submitted a 93-page document justifying the architectural decisions and thoughts which went into putting a topo in an area of the city full of topos. Aside from the architectural differences, the 1400 is designed as a community with lots of public amenities and complements the neighborhood.
You're just about out of time. If you could wrap it up.
It's about 1 minute to go, sir. The RISE proposal has nothing to say and violates almost every principle in the MCP plan. Plus, the city encouraged the developer to remove the rental units, even though the rezoning process is part of the STIR program, and remove the artist space requirement and accepted a cash contribution in lieu. Again, the Howe building at 495 feet, 495 feet exceeds the height limit of 425 feet, but that's only about 15% higher than the neighboring buildings. Here we have a development that will tower over its neighbors by almost 100% and gets no review from special architectural UDP.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you off there. You're just about a minute over time now. But you can send us, if you could send us the comments.
Very well.
Or hand them to the clerk, then we can distribute them if you have any other points in there. Thank you very much for coming to speak. And 224, Miret Rodriguez. Miret Rodriguez here. No, Thor Berggren is here, followed by Ricardo Samarco, Sean Bai, Derek Wilson, and then 230, Rick Ford. Yeah, the clerk will help you with that. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Am I coming through here?
Yep.
Having voted for most of you here today, I want to thank you for your patience and attention to the complex decision before you. I was born a few blocks away at VGH. I have an engineering degree from one of the local universities, and you'll be glad to hear that I've engineered my speech to fit within 5 minutes. Yeah, almost. It was hard. I enjoy living and running a business in Mount Pleasant. Though Vancouver has a beautiful setting, I'm concerned about the long-term social trends that I've seen in Vancouver and the fact that hyperinflationary housing pricing makes all these problems worse. Despite Canada's immense land supply, abundant raw materials, and talented people, Vancouver's median house price relative to income has become the second most expensive in the world. When I was born, my parents bought a house for twice my father's income. Today, the median cost of housing in Vancouver is 10 times income. So in one generation, housing prices have risen 5 times faster than local income. How can we consider this trend acceptable for future generations? It is now cheaper to live in Honolulu than Vancouver. This is my first time speaking publicly. I'm terrified. On a civic issue, but the economic fundamentals have become so unbalanced that I owe it to future generations to share my thoughts and suggestions with you. Canadian citizens reasonably expect our government to protect us and to be a competent steward of our public goods. For example, we expect clean air and water to be available for future generations. Would we allow speculators to profit from the air we breathe? No, that's absurd. Would we allow the price of water to increase to a point where it's unaffordable for most residents? Of course not. However, our public goods aren't just air and water. Our third and only other natural resource is land. But despite its abundance, our government is letting speculators significantly diminish access to this natural resource. So why, during a housing crisis, does Vancouver allow continued land speculation? And the speculators are not just local Canadians. Many come from global economies that are able to easily outbid Canadian citizens. This is particularly unfair in cases where wealth has been made in contravention to Canadian laws. Consider the recent corruption arrests of executives at the ASPAC Development, a prominent Vancouver firm. Are we building a clean city for dirty money? From an economic perspective, speculative money pouring into real estate is a poor use of capital. Why innovate or start a business when you can simply count on above-average property inflation? Instead, our city needs to encourage business leaders to invest in creating strategic and sustainable business sectors that will contribute good jobs for the very long term. Land speculation doesn't do that. There are many ways to invest money. However, during a housing crisis, Vancouver real estate should be about housing local citizens rather than building more unaffordable towers. As for the artists, if Vancouver residents weren't so heavily burdened by housing payments, they'd actually have some money left to buy art. In closing, I'm opposed to the rezoning of the Rise property since I believe that the City Council needs to refocus its valuable time on affordable housing before it considers more unaffordable housing. My following suggestions are in response to Councillor Stevenson's question about how to meet Vancouver housing demand. Yesterday, City staff said that only more housing supply would solve the problem. but I would like to suggest that there are many ways to adjust equilibrium in the supply and demand curve. Some of these take considerable courage to consider. Nevertheless, I present them in the hopes that you will authorize city resources to do further economic and social modeling. First, nonprofit organizations need to have more access to develop city-owned properties in Vancouver. In Toronto, the nonprofit organization called Options for Homes has developed condos that are $75,000 less than speculators' properties. Second, the city land on False Creek Flats that has stood vacant for decades should be considered for temporary housing. In San Diego, one such mobile community is actually beautifully situated on prime waterfront. Third, Vancouver could consider suspending the purchase of housing by speculators. Canada is an inclusive society that values immigration, but as a sovereign nation, our citizens and landed immigrants merit the prioritized right to own property at prices that are not inflated by a flood of foreign speculation. Fourth, Vancouver could consider creating policies aimed at limiting ownership to no more than 1 unit per household. Finally, Vancouver could audit the sources of wealth of speculators and big developers. In this case, the city could require a large deposit, which would be forfeited if the money is dirty. I'll restate, the city could make money, lots of it. So Vancouver housing, I'm almost finished. There were people speaking 10 minutes yesterday that you watched your clock and let them speak, Mayor.
I
yes, I could see it all.
Excuse me.
The Vancouver housing crisis has been decades in the making.
So, sir, I'm going to need your attention for a minute here. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. So, just for clarity here, I was asking you to wrap up in a sentence. I've given everyone a little leeway on the 5 minutes. Sometimes the clock isn't reset. I've got another timer here. I'm not inserting myself to be rude. It's to actually respect all the other speakers so we have fairness and equity here in terms of how much time everybody gets. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that's the way we have to roll here. That's how the procedure works.
I'm not lying, but I understand what you said.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to speak. So we have Ricardo Sammarco next. And one other note, and I probably should have addressed the speaker with this directly, but just a reminder to keep your comments pertinent to the merits of the application. There are many fascinating and related topics, but Council's duty here is to consider this application, and we're welcoming the speakers to focus and sharing their opinions and points specific to this application. So welcome, Mr. Sammarco. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ricardo Sammarco. I do not support this development as proposed. I feel lucky to be part of this very democratic exercise, which is one good thing coming out of this process, that is making all of us more aware of our cultural worth. I graduated in Europe in '65, came to Vancouver in '67 as a tourist and stayed, got a master in architecture at UBC in '71, practiced in Edmonton and Vancouver, and in the '80s became a developer in the Fairview Slopes and survived it. I've had a ball through it all. I listened to all the speakers last night, and what I heard was that we need development to happen because the time is right and the location is right. Everyone agrees on that. I also heard loud and clear that we must solve the housing problem in Vancouver, and some speakers believe that that should be done with high-rise towers. Gentrification and densification are two words that we hear more and more. Densification does not mean towers. To some, it automatically means high-rises. How many do we need to solve the housing shortage? We look at other cities and see that it means rising throughout, not vertically but horizontally, to fill existing voids. I've heard some business people approving this development because they need renewed premises and more efficient retail environments. It doesn't mean high-rise. I'm not against development. Nobody is, because we must develop or die. We must build on what we have and not throw away, discard our history. That may sound less than bold, but it is the only sane way. We have history. It might not be glamorous, but it is a valid and meaningful history. Iconic buildings like the Lee on Broadway, the Post Office on Main, are beautiful models that past generations have left us for our present enjoyment. This is the character we're looking for in new proposals. Again, I'm not opposing development, but this proposal is regress, not progress, and we ask City Hall to reject it in its present form. On another note, I was lucky enough to buy a house on East 11 in the year 1998 for $350,000. Today, I probably would not be able to buy it. This year, assessment is a whopping $908,000. I'm not happy about it because I can't see how my children, your children, will be able to afford a house. The high price of housing is resulting also from City Hall welcoming these market-driven proposals. There is a community plan in place. It was drafted to be consulted, not ignored. The community plan states, community concern number 2, the rezoning process must demonstrate how additional height serves to improve site development and street character and provide public benefit without compromising the Hilltown urban design concept, important public views, and sun access to the street. This proposal does not. I'm asking myself why Council is considering such proposals, which clearly have one objective, to make a higher profit for developers while little or no gain to the community. This proposal should be outright refused. Why a high-rise? A gentleman showed us last night how values increase with height and views. Further to that, the cost of constructing a high-rise where the same plan is stacked many times over is way cheaper than regular low developments. It is unimaginative and cheaper. I'm impressed with all the studies done on population, traffic, housing, and percentages in the diagrams, but when all the dust settles, we are left with an ugly monster building with no sense of community. There are 3 sites scheduled for densification, read high-rise, and another site owned by the city is being prepared on the corner of Fraser and Broadway with no sign of what is proposed for. It is my fear that many, and that of many others, that this development will set the stage for further rezoning applications in violation of the plan. I say if there is a plan, let's stick to it. Otherwise, why have a plan? Thank you. I hope you, the councillors, are listening to the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. San Marco. And our next speaker, 228, Shauna Bai. Shauna Bai here? Okay, thank you for passing that along. Derek Wilson. Is Derek Wilson here? Followed by number 230, Rick Ford. 231, Karen Elstone. 232, Dustin Koch. And welcome, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Derek Wilson. I'm a student at the Sauer School of Business, and I currently study urban land economics. I was also the past president of the UBC Real Estate Association, and over the past few years, I've been studying urban policy and sustainability as a part of my degree. I'm here today to urge support for further densification in the city, specifically in the area of Mount Pleasant, as well as other areas throughout the municipality. Firstly, I'd like to go over the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. As you know, there are 3 sites for redevelopment and high density in the plan. This is one of them, as you know. The development itself is clearly in line with the plan. It's simply a densification of the area. And this is one of the few specific sites that it's permitted on. We need to take advantage of it. We don't have that much area in this city to densify. Secondly, I'd like to address the precedent that a lot of people are concerned about. There are many that are worried that if this rezoning is approved, there's going to be a number of other rezonings that are going to result in almost a new Yale town in the area of Mount Pleasant. I think we can all agree that that's just simply not true, because there are only 3 specific sites in the entire area that are going to be permitted to be high density. The real precedent, in my opinion, that we should be worried about is that special interest groups are going to start being given precedent and priority over business, our economy, and our jobs. And for us to give them the power to block progress, sustainability, and growth, I think, is absolutely unacceptable. And what kind of message is that sending to our business that's driving our economy, that's providing us with jobs? We cannot allow a small vocal minority to push business to the suburbs, to Surrey, to Chilliwack, again and again. We can't do that. As a young Vancouverite, I don't want to see my jobs going out to the suburbs. I don't want to have to commute an hour. In terms of density, there are clearly quite a few benefits to densification. The biggest one, of course, is the ecological benefits. I know this council is very, very pro-sustainability, as it should be, and densification is one of the most effective ways to make the city more sustainable. Not only does it prevent the consumption of more land elsewhere and reduce the amount of GHGs that's emitted by transportation, it decreases our overall environmental footprint. In this case, the highest and best use is not lower mid-rise, but it is density, and we need progress, not stagnation, if we want the city to move forward. We will never be sustainable if we don't densify. Last, I'd like to go over affordability, which is one of my biggest concerns. Many opponents are arguing prices will be too high and that these are simply going to be luxury condominiums thrown up. Well, I wish I could say that the developer could set prices, because that way they could set them, if they wanted, in a way that would make it affordable. Prices are dictated by the market, not by the developer. And if we don't allow densification and further supply, the market is going to continue to increase prices. Demand currently exceeds supply, and it's simply economic law. You can't deny that. And affordability is made absolutely impossible without sufficient supply. And as such, I strongly urge that this council approve this rezoning application for increased density, as well as others around the municipality. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for coming to speak. Next up, Rick Ford, speaker number 230. Oh, sorry. Councillor Ball.
I'm wondering if we could have a copy of this gentleman's notes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so you can get them to the clerk, or you can email them, mayor@council@vancouver.ca. Thanks. And Councillor Carr?
I have a question for you. Yes, you referred to special interest groups, small vocal minorities. I don't understand who you were referring to.
I'd say the primary one is RAMP. I think that, well, they certainly are a decent size. I do not in any way think that they represent the majority of the community. And not only that, this is not just an issue of Mount Pleasant. This is an issue of the entire city of Vancouver. It doesn't just affect the people that are living within 2 or 3 blocks of the development. It affects me. Because I'd eventually like to buy a home in Vancouver. I'd like to live here. And the bottom line is that that's not going to happen if there is an increased supply.
Are you aware that over 50%, so a majority of the input we've had on this project have stated their opposition to the project? Does that jive with being a minority?
Actually, yeah, I would say it does, because the simple fact of the matter is that people are a lot more likely to come out and speak up about their opinions if they're opposed. If somebody's in support, they're probably not going to take time and days out of their schedule to come and speak to City Council and say, yeah, you know what, this isn't a bad idea. Whereas if somebody's strongly opposed and galvanized against the concept, they are going to be willing to come out and state their opposition. I mean, people are a lot more likely to vocalize their opinions when they're negative, in my experience.
And you also stated that you didn't think that that a small vocal minority should determine the path of development or progress in this city.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to clarify, are you aware who makes the decision in this particular regard?
City Council, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really feel quite strongly. I would just like you to consider the use of language such as vocal minorities and interest groups that, in terms of the tenor of community in our city. Thanks.
Right. No, absolutely.
Okay, so our next speaker is Rick Ford, number 230. Is Rick Ford here? Is Karen Elstone here? Karen Elstone? Dustin Koch? Hope I got your name right there. Followed by 233, Jerry McGuire. 234, Sylvia Holland. 235, Bruce McDonald. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dustin Koch. I was born and raised in Vancouver. Quite love this city. I've lived in Mount Pleasant since 2001, and I was a part of the the drafting of the community plan. I was part of the 100 or so residents that turned up for a number of information sessions asking us what we wanted to see happen in our community, and it was a back and forth with various city staffers to see how the community plan was going to be implemented. Although it does highlight in the community plan that this is a site that should be used for high density, I feel like it's above and beyond what needs to be in this site. That's just my personal opinion, but I did print off a couple things from the City of Vancouver website that show why I think it's kind of absurd to go in this direction with such a high density. Although I do agree with density, and I want to see Vancouver become a greener city, and I share the same vision as much of you guys. I did actually vote for most of you guys on council here. It states clearly on the City of Vancouver Community Planning program here, goals for the future. The Park Board aimed to provide 1.1 hectares of neighborhood park for every 1,000 residents. Scrolling down further, I've highlighted where it says Park Board remains challenged to meet their target of 1.1 hectares of neighborhood park for 1,000 residents in the face of recent and ongoing population growth in Vancouver. Further down the same page, it states, according to the Park Board's 2006 draft land acquisition strategy, Mount Pleasant is identified as a park-deficient community with a high priority for park land acquisition. In 2006, Mount Pleasant had a ratio of 0.44 hectares of park for 1,000 residents, the second lowest ratio in the city after Fairview. On the next page, there's a map of the parks that we do have in Mount Pleasant. And this proposed site is right in the heart of Mount Pleasant, surrounded by a few small parks, but not nearly enough, in my opinion, for this sort of density. And although I do support density, I think something has to be done beforehand in order to allow density to move into the neighborhood. Currently, I couldn't find any statistics for 2012. The last thing on your website that I could find was 2006, but I have not seen any new parks go into the neighborhood. I've bought in the neighborhood in the last 3 years, and I go to the parks all the time. There's often, on a sunny day, no park bench to sit on. Go to sit in the grass, and there's dog poo all over the place because there just aren't enough parks for people to take their dogs to. So in the face of higher density and more people moving into the neighborhood I live in, I would first like to see things change so that we can accommodate the density that you guys propose. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
hope that you guys consider the opinions of the people that actually live in the neighborhood, because these are real challenges that we face.
Thanks very much for coming to speak. Jerry McGuire, next speaker.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Robertson. short and sweet, hopefully. Just like a lot of the comments have been on the particulars, the details of the development. I'm not expert on any of that. I'm not a planner or an architect or a builder. But what I do see here is that a recent census showed that most of the growth in the Vancouver region in recent years has occurred in the suburbs. So what are we building for? We've got a transportation plan or program right now that's based on building SkyTrains with mega capital costs and the associated taxes that represent an economically and eventually political unsustainable model. Okay, what are we building here for? Who are we building here for? Okay, when you talk about affordability, the joker in the affordability deck is income inequality. It goes right back to Occupy Vancouver, Occupy Wall Street. How does this project somehow help incomes to adjust? How does it get more money to the middle class and lower class that need it the most? Who's getting the money out of this project? Big banks, big developers, big labor. That's about it. Short-term jobs, long-term social costs. Talking about sustainability, it's like these apartments are going to people who are going to bring in cars. It doesn't matter even if 50% of them use transit, 50% of them, you're going to have 50% more cars. Okay. The City of Vancouver's Planning Department current trajectory is unsustainable, as demonstrated by its recent decapitation. Okay. And without impugning anybody's integrity, it seems to me extremely surprising that key members of the Planning Department are not subject to financial disclosure similar to our elected officials. Sure, go ahead. Okay. So anyway, and I have a few words, 2.5 minutes left, tons of time. I've just got a few more words. It's for Vancouver real estate investors and speculators. Sarasota, Florida, 1,520 square foot townhome, near new, $100,000, 941-544-6467. Las Vegas, Nevada, large rancher, 4 miles from downtown, with pool, $350,000. Sorry, no phone number. Pontiac, Michigan, 127 acres, with a sister stadium to BC Place, $583,000.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire.
You're welcome.
And next up is Sylvia Holland, speaker 234. Sylvia Holland here? Yes, she is. And followed by Bruce McDonald. And then 236, Zoe Neal St. Clair and Dan Fass. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, and apologies for having missed an earlier night with a meeting conflict. I see this as a joint proposal from the developer and the city, and I wish to speak to it in that respect and make some observations about a particular aspect of the trade-offs and benefits in this rezoning application. I'm a near neighbor of the site. I live 3 blocks from it. Mount Pleasant has been home for me for 20 years. Like everyone else in this process, I want to love what ultimately happens on this block. Given the complexities of the site, the complexities of all the interests and constraints at play, I see that there are going to be trade-offs. I'm a little bit edgy about some of them too. I'm a prairie gal by birth. I adore the sky. It's one of the reasons I stay in Mount Pleasant, and it's going to be a little bit hard to adjust to, as I walk north, to sky and mountain views being blocked somewhat. That's not my concern tonight. One can get used to a lot. I trust that I can get used to that with some increased height on this site as well. It's much harder to get used to a great schism in the community, a painful one, and I think that schism is deepening because of policy and process considerations that are being sidestepped. You can do something about that. Clearly, established policy opens the door to high-rise development on this site. I was one of the 2,000 citizens who participated in the Mount Pleasant planning process. I was there throughout. I was a volunteer member of the community liaison group, missed just one meeting in 3.5 years, reviewed every workshop transcript and every survey findings report in that. In my professional capacity as a facilitator, sometime after that plan was adopted by Council, I was also contracted to provide support in one step of the community review of this rezoning application. That was the workshop at the SALT building last spring. And so that brought me yet a little closer into all the interests at play. I'm concerned that the staff report of January 31st, whoever authored it, is strangely silent on so many of the conditional clauses in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. The multiple ways in which sections 3, 4, 5, and 6 provide the context for making decisions of density and height. What's missing to me is the spirit, really the white space, if you would, in that plan. And that spirit was that redevelopment, and redevelopment of large sites in particular, should contribute to the community building across Mount Pleasant as a whole, not just terrific amenities for those who buy into condos on this site. The Mount Pleasant planning process and the plan that resulted from it both focused on social planning as well as planning of the built environment, and really focused on the integration of those two. What services, what public gathering spaces, what new amenities, what ways are going to exist to integrate new residents with existing residents of the community, and vice versa. That was a really fundamental principle of practice, both for implementing the whole plan and for reviewing rezoning applications. In opening presentations by city staff at this hearing, Scott Hine made the comment that this site needed to do heavy lifting. And some of you present may have misinterpreted that. When the community agreed to increase density in principle when creating the plan, the foremost consideration was protection of low to mid-rise massing for most of Mount Pleasant. People saw few sites, and this was one, that could do heavy lifting, not in the sense of cramming every possible unit onto the site, but heavy lifting in the sense of providing new community amenities as a result of rezoning agreements. Community input didn't show convergence on maximum heights, but it did show majority approval of that aspect. The question how high, which I've heard so many of you ask of so many speakers, in trying to find out what the limit of community tolerance is not the right question here, or it doesn't go far enough at any rate. I think you know and I know that mere tolerance is not a sufficient standard for reshaping the heart of a community. I think we ought to be going for community appreciation, and I think to get that, we need a stronger public benefit than is now in the staff report as part of this deal. Like some of the speakers last night, and I'm thinking of people that I heard sitting in these chambers but don't know personally, I say get the public benefits back in this deal. I don't think it's sufficient to say that there is intent, that the city is prepared to accept money from the developer and spend it somehow in Mount Pleasant sometime. I've been asking questions of city staff about this, and what I'm hearing is there is no administrative mechanism to hold Mount Pleasant funds in trust. There is no interdepartmental team established to really have that happen with local stakeholders, and community engagement is also a fundamental principle of the Mount Pleasant plan.
So you're over your time. You could wrap up in a sentence.
Okay.
Please.
I will wrap up quite simply by saying I do have 4 recommendations, 3 of which I think are pertinent to the wording you might consider, whatever else your decision, and one of which is a go-forward recommendation for you in rebuilding trust and in really maintaining some alignment between the local area planning process and rezoning applications, and I'm happy to email those to you.
Thank you. That would be great. You have a question from Councillor Deal.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it quite brief because We have a lot of speakers tonight, but I really appreciate you bringing your perspective. Just a quick question around the amenity piece. So you're not convinced by the argument that more cultural space could be gotten in an older building nearby than in a new building on site?
I think that's a tremendously pertinent point, but I think there's a bigger issue here, and it's really sustaining trust. It's sustaining trust in this community, and I think it's building and sustaining trust in a lot of other communities across the city who are watching what happens here.
Right.
And I also think there's a lot of public education to happen here that we don't know with an artist community. I mean, for instance, take the large amenity at 160 West First. If the Playhouse is not using that, is it really the most
they're
critical
expensive.
need?
That's the challenge, right? The ones in the new buildings are proving to be unattainable.
Yep.
Anyway, so it's a challenging one.
I would suggest, just looking at the patterns of community response, that the location of the site is important enough that whether or not the majority of the CAC goes to an amenity elsewhere, that some public benefit greater than that which would be required by development conditions, like street trees, etc., get back in on this site too.
Okay, thank you. And the second thing is you mentioned a lot of amenities around public realm, and obviously this will fill the site pretty well, and the public realm will be the periphery of it. So, as someone who's deeply involved in it, do you see something within the constraints of the site and the performa that would allow for some additional public realm improvements?
I've heard things in this hearing that have been really interesting to me and really informative to me. And some of those things have been the responses of staff to the questions that you've raised, responses of city staff, technical information. And some of those responses have been different factually from early information we were given in the planning process. So some things that were considered as feasible then have now been ruled infeasible for different reasons. So that suggests to me that we've all learned a lot more at this stage of the game, but it also suggests to me that we're not done. I mean, we're in a healthy process and it's a little protracted at this stage, but we're simply not done. Like, for example, a lot of community members involved in the review of this rezoning application wanted to see things like access to the plaza that's up there. People asked for indoor meeting space, asked for some kind of gathering space, indoor or outdoor. I guess one thing I'm wondering about, is in the relaxation of parking requirements, for instance. When I hear things like technically it's impossible to get access and secure access for members of the public to an elevated plaza, is it technically infeasible, or is that a cost issue? Is there a cost saving somewhere else?
Okay, I'll pursue that later. I appreciate that, and I look forward to getting your 4 points. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, questions?
Yes, thanks very much for your presentation. You were getting around the issue of trust, and certainly we've been hearing a lot in the public that shows a disconnect between what the Mount Pleasant Community Plan would have a building on this site look like and what might be allowed under the vision, certainly, of our planning department. Why is there such a disconnect? You were involved in this planning process. Well, where was the breakdown of trust?
I think some of this is not just breakdown of trust. I mean, I think some of this is learning, and where people learn and what inspires them to learn more, what inspires them to get engaged. I mean, there were 2,000 people involved in some way in the planning process. Many of those people felt like, okay, there's a good plan on the table, and walked away. At that point, there were many, many other people who got involved in this first test of adherence to planning guidelines in a rezoning application. And so I think we're living through a time where some people are saying, hey, let's rewrite the whole community plan as well. You've asked me more precisely, why do I think trust is breaking down, what's contributed to that. I think a big thing that's contributing to that is just the flow of information. For example, on community amenities, it's really great to hear things in the hearing, hear things from councillors and city staff both, that the city has a capacity of leveraging funds reserved for cultural amenity at a rate of 1 to 16. Now, that's wonderful. We haven't heard that anywhere along the way at local area planning processes. I think that kind of information actually might cause more people to mobilize around, yeah, let's do an off-site amenity and let's do this nature of amenity, and we understand it will be 7 years out instead of 5 years out because this and this is also going to come into play. But that information, if it's not forthcoming, leads to a lot of amenity. Similarly, I understand that city staff in the planning department have essentially completed a community amenity needs analysis. We just haven't seen it yet. Other neighborhoods have asked for that kind of mapping and needs analysis to be at the front end of their community planning process, which I think is a great step. I mean, that's now in the new terms of reference, I think, for the next series of community plans. But it wasn't in, at the beginning of Mount Pleasant, and that wasn't a front end piece. It's now something that we could move with, and I think if that kind of factual information and that kind of rigor in the process, so there was a process of city staff re-engaging with the developer team, and this time with community stakeholders present as well, and there was a review of the amenity options, but with all options on the table and with costs on the table, financing implications on the table, feasibility constraints for that site on the table, then and a weighted criterion-based process, a deliberative process, not a one-way presentation, we'd probably speed through this pretty darn fast.
Okay, and how quickly can you get your 4 points to us?
I have them on my BlackBerry. I could get them to you within a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's your questions. Next up is Bruce McDonald, Speaker 235. He's followed by Zoe Neal St. Clair, Dan Fass, Geraldine Doyle, Jason Sokolowski. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Is it possible to get some pictures up on the screen? Or?
Yeah, the clerk can help you with that.
Thank you. Today I actually wanted to speak to the Watson Street side of the building and Watson Street, and also just to make a comment about building height. But the business of Brewery Creek came up, and I guess having done so much work on Brewery Creek myself, I feel like I have to insert a comment about that. Certainly where this building is a very historic site, and it's close to the triangle that's fairly unique in Mount Pleasant between Kingsway, Broadway, and Main. And I'd like to point out that in New York City, the most famous probably intersection in the world is Times Square, which is just where an ancient trail, Broadway, crosses the grid system at 7th Avenue. We have a similar thing in Mount Pleasant where you have Kingsway, the old trail, crossing 7th Avenue right at the crest of the hill where it meets Main Street. And you also have a Broadway too. So Mount Pleasant's kind of got a bit more going on than even Times Square does, in that in the same place you have Brewery Creek coming through right at this site, which is right in the center of Mount Pleasant. And you have Watson Street coming down and meeting Broadway as well. And they're all quite unique things. So that creates a really historic and special intersection. And certainly at the Rise site, some effort should be put into recognizing the history of Brewery Creek there. And I could go on about it right now, but I won't. I'd rather move on to just a comment about building height. When this proposal was first mentioned as being, maybe up near 30 stories, I could sort of see the inevitability of it. Having been to New York City, and it's just a sea of high-rise buildings, and certainly most major cities in the world are, Chicago, I don't need to name them, or I don't even probably need to mention Dubai has a building half a mile high, 2,800 feet, almost 300 stories high. This is sort of what we do. But the comment I'd like to make is just that it's interesting to look at the capital city of the most successful country in the history of the world, the United States. And by the way, Washington, D.C. is about the size of Vancouver. How many people here know that almost all the buildings in Washington, D.C. are 12 stories or less? The top 5 tallest buildings in Washington, D.C. are no more than 12 stories. And the buildings that have lots of floors, like the residential and office buildings, are all less than 200 feet, and mostly 12-story buildings. So you can do it if you want to. There's nothing restricting the height of buildings. I won't get into why you might want to do that, but I'm just saying it's certainly a possibility. It's being done in the capital city of the United States. Now, just on to Watson Street. Watson Street is one of the unique things that Mount Pleasant has going for it historically. And 100 years ago, it was a street. It never was a back lane. It sort of looks like the back lane for Main Street because it's very close to Main Street, but it actually isn't the back lane. It's a real street. And 100 years ago, there were houses, along Watson Street, facing Watson Street. So the city 15 years ago, I was actually there in Watson Street with some planners 15 years ago, and they realized that it's unique in Vancouver, so it should be paid attention to. It helps to create an interesting place in Mount Pleasant. So all the developments along Watson Street in the last 15 years have all been oriented not just to 12th or to 10th or to 11th as they would normally be done, but the sides of the buildings now that face Watson Street have the condos, or whatever you call them, townhouses, oriented to Watson Street. So if you take a look here, this is at 12th Avenue looking south on Watson. And notice they are townhouses. They've got street trees. There's sidewalks on both sides of the street. This is clearly not a lane, and so forth. Now, if you could go to the next slide. It's can we go to the next slide? It's a PDF file, so you got to... Oh, you want me to do it? Oh, we got a mouse. Oh, okay. So can we scroll down? It's one big. Okay. Rolling the. Okay, great. Thank you. So here, actually, that's that same building at 12. You can see it's a fairly nice treatment, human scale treatment, and that's going backwards. Okay. Continuing along, this is near 11th. Again, lots of vegetation, nice front stairs, very human scale, street trees, grass, and so forth. Now we get down to the Rise development. This is directly across the lane from the Rise development, the hub at 10th and Main. This is the back side of the hub facing onto Watson. So you can see this is what the precedent is. Now, if you look at what is going to go across the street from those poor people, it's going to be the back side of the building, that's 40 feet right there. So, and by the way, you mentioned it being a big transit hub right there, right in the vacant lot right next to the building across the street. There should be a lot of extra traffic, pedestrian flow through this part of Watson Street, which is, by the way, is the beginning of Watson Street, right at Broadway. So this is kind of a disappointing result of this sort of massive density at this site. This is sort of the outcome. It gets treated like a back alley, and it isn't. And that's the precedent the city set, is not treating it like a back alley. So that's what I wanted to comment on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Quick question.
Question from Councillor Deal.
All right. Bruce, quick question for you. Sorry, I'm trying not to ask too many questions, but you know that, those are very interesting pictures. I always appreciate that, and they're neat-looking frontages onto Watson.
Yeah.
The issue of trucks coming and going, 10th Avenue, traffic on Broadway, traffic on Kingsway, 10th Avenue bike route. Do you have an alternate solution, or is it?
Well, I think the whole problem is 5.5 FSR. This is sort of the outcome. Okay. Unintended consequences of packing massive density, at that site.
Okay. So I just wanted to know if you had any other suggestions. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming. Speaker 236, Zoe Neal St. Clair. Zoe Neal St. Clair. Not here. 237, Dan Fass is here, followed by Geraldine Doyle, Jason Sokolowski, and then 240, Autumn Friesen. Welcome, Mr. Fass.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of Council, I am opposed to this rezoning application as is for several reasons. First, the Mount Pleasant Community Plan states that the other two large sites, Kingsgate Mall and the IGA, can be rezoned, but not the Rise Alliance site. So the current C3A zoning should apply, as noted by Speaker 2, former City Planner Jim Leto, and others. If this point isn't accepted, then the application must still comply with Section 6 of the plan, called Plan Implementation, especially a paragraph in Section 6.1 that says site-specific rezoning needs to be in accordance with community plan principles and policies. Speaker Lee Chappell, a former city property use inspector, pointed out this paragraph, which forms the basis of my remaining concerns. Speaker Gail Gavin noted that the application clashes with several principles in the community plan. She observed a clash between the proposed site design and Principle 3.4, large site development, which states that, quote, any additional height and density will be contingent on further urban design analysis, including permeability of the site, the ability of people to see and walk through the site. The current proposal doesn't seem permeable. Principle 3.4 also requires large site development to provide more open space and better connections to the street. The current proposal doesn't seem to fulfill these requirements. I'd also note design clashes with Plan Principle 3.3, Built Form and Character, which says that there needs to be a rhythm of building and store frontages. These frontages need to be varied and visually engaging to passers-by. Principle 3.3 also says, develop Watson Street as a special site and explore improvements for pedestrians and cyclists, especially through redevelopment. The proposal to make East 10th a one-way street and separated bike lane appears to section off Watson to its north, making it seem even more like a delivery lane. I have a second set of concerns about the community engagement process so far. Gail Gavin noted a clash between this process and Principle 3.11, public engagement, which requires the plan to, quote, build or enhance community capacity throughout the planning and development processes, ensuring that the process seeks common ground and reflects the interests of the broad community. I'd add that Section 6.1 states that the rezoning process with public engagement should explore how to reach an optimal balance of public benefits, site improvements, and urban design objectives. A first issue with public engagement so far is that the benefits package has changed several times. Second, the package before you today, the CAC of $6.25 million, was introduced late on. Staff held an open house on the 17th of January. This event was only 3 days before the date on staff's report. Third, the report says 179 people signed into the open house, which was held specifically to engage the public about the new package, and that the response to the package was very negative. 80% of respondents were opposed. So the public can't be said to have agreed to the balance of benefits being offered. Fourth, that open house and this public hearing are part of the development processes mentioned in Principle 3.11. The processes so far have not found common ground and don't seem to reflect the interests of the broad community. In conclusion, combining the concerns about clashes with the community plan, the site's design, and community engagement processes, Appendix C of staff's report notes issues with a rezoning application in need of work that, in my view, require a design rethink and further public engagement. These issues cover the clashes with community plan principles, i.e., design issues with the outside of the building, Watson Street, and East 10th, and also the proposed CAC. Those at the January open house rejected this benefits package, which the staff report only describes in general terms with no detailed targets for the funds, no process for the neighborhood having a say in spending funds, and no milestones for the receipt of funds.
Just about out of time. You wrap up.
I was going to be on time. Page 13 of staff's report notes that a Mount Pleasant community amenity strategy is anticipated to be undertaken in 2012. Wouldn't it be best to develop that strategy before approving the rezoning? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to speak again and being precise with your timing.
Thank you.
Geraldine Doyle is next up, 238. Geraldine Doyle. Jason Sokolowski is here. He's followed by 240, Autumn Friesen. 241, Travis Warnica. 242, David Dove. 243, Rita Wong. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't have a lot of stats and figures or anything. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for about 12 years. I moved here from St. Catharines, Ontario about 15 years ago. I moved into South Granville area, kind of a little bit more posh area. Started hanging out with friends in Kitsilano. And, I wasn't feeling at home yet, wasn't trying to figure out where my place was here. When I broke up with my fiance at the time, I thought, what am I going to do? Vancouver isn't really my home. Maybe I'll go back to Ontario. I wasn't feeling at home in South Van, and I wasn't feeling at home in Kitsilano. And then I went out with a couple of friends to a party on Main Street, and there was a bunch of people there, and we had a great time, and I started hanging around with more people on Main Street and realized, oh, this is where I belong. So anyways, 13 years later, I've rented. I've run a business out of Mount Pleasant. I'm now married and a homeowner with a 3-year-old daughter in Mount Pleasant. So it is home to me, and I think the majority of people are concerned about this redevelopment. I know you're asking us to come up and say we're opposed or for. I think it's very polarizing. It's really making two sides at war with each other. We do need the redevelopment. I don't want densification for densification's sake. My wife is missing 3 buses in the morning with a 3-year-old girl to just go up to Langara on Main Street already during commuter traffic time. I know that there's plans for transit to get a little bit better and rapid transit and all that such, but I want that spoken about at the same time as we're talking about densification. Just as the gentleman said earlier, and I can reiterate or support what he was saying about the parks. We go to the parks and they're just packed. My kid's waiting to get. I can't go on the swing, honey. The swings are being used right now. So we go over to another place and the slides and so on. The parks are being used very well by a lot of families and others around the neighborhood. And yeah, just throwing more people into this neighborhood, I think, is just going to make that situation worse. And instead of it being the wonderful vibe that most people enjoy that neighborhood for, we're going to have a lot of people that are disgruntled with the services and the community facilities and such. I saw a gentleman that spoke about the building, that maybe we should just go back to it being 26 stories and at least get the artist space in there and all those amenities. I think the space is more valuable than any money that you could throw at the community. The money's nice too, but the space is more valuable. We all live in Vancouver and we know how much a square foot goes for in Vancouver. And if we had dedicated art space at a central hub to the Main Street corridor that represents the neighborhood, I think it's a good way to show people that are coming through our neighborhood, whether they're stopping to get a coffee at the Old Town Cafe that is going to be in the shadow of this building. This building more than likely is going to have a Starbucks in it. And the people that live in that building are going to be contained to that building. And they're not going to be jumping on the overpacked transit to go to work. They're going to be taking their car from the big parking garage and joining into that extra traffic in the area. I think these are things that people in the neighborhood are aware of, and that's why I speak to it, because that's just what we're seeing. I'm not looking at numbers and statistics and stuff on paper. And the one thing that I have seen through all these speeches here is there's a lot of passionate speeches about why they don't want this thing to happen, or why that what's been proposed is not exciting them. Is because it is going to have a real effect down on the ground. I don't care about the numbers and so on. There was a gentleman, he spoke yesterday in a yellow sweater, I think it was Mr. Goldberg. I could not argue with anything that he said about the benefits of densification. He's right. But he misses the one thing that the people do see, and there was a mention, I think it was yourself said something, why is this a stake in the heart? Well, I thought that was a dramatic thing to say, but I was thinking about it for a while. And there's a hole in the ground there, and this big building, which is going to be the stake, it's going to be taller than everything else, is going to divide the community. The people, the characters, and the edge and everything about Main Street are going to shy away from that building. They're going to walk around it. It's not permeable. You can't walk into it. You can't enjoy the space. There's no open community there. So it's going to be this contained building in the center where everybody else is begrudgingly tolerating it and walking around it to go to Budgie's Burritos or whatever the situation may be. So that's why I think a lot of people in the community are upset by this thing, not just because there's going to be a shadow and it's densification. It's not attractive to us. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think I'm speaking for the majority, because I am somebody in my neighborhood that knows all the shop owners, and I know my neighbors, and we speak about it in the same light. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out to speak tonight. Autumn Friesen is next speaker. Autumn Friesen. How about Travis Warnica? Is Travis Warnica here? No movement out there. David Dove is our next speaker, number 242, followed by 243, Rita Wong, then Randy Helton, Roseanne Wozni, Sam Mastoni. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not David Dove, although I'm an associate principal with Perkins & Will. I'd like to submit a letter that has been written on his behalf, and if I can submit that to the record, that'd be great. I'm not sure if you'll let me speak on his behalf. If you will, I'll be very brief.
Yeah, you're representing the same
Yes, I am.
firm, right?
Yeah. So I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the proposal, and I speak in favor of it because I see it as, and we see it, as an opportunity to fulfill some of the sustainable goals that this council has set forward. And those goals really introduce transit and development along transit lines. We know, and as you've heard from both proponents as well as those who are against the development, there is a requirement to densify in Vancouver. And that densification needs to be done sensitively, but it also needs to occur in the right locations. This is a crossroads. It's a crossroads of many different transit routes, but also many routes which are pedestrian and cycling oriented, and those routes are also very important. So as a result, we have the ability to put density where it should be. And the height of the building, the size of the building, is indicative of what Vancouver will see in the future. We have to accept the fact that we can't grow as many cities in North America do, and we have to densify. I'm very cognizant of the concerns, many of which have been raised, but this is the right location for density in the city. And in that regard, we speak in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming to speak and presenting a letter on behalf of your firm. So Rita Wong is next, 243. Is Rita Wong here? Rita Wong. How about Randy Helton? I don't see Randy Helton. Okay, and thanks for that. Roseanne Wozni. Roseanne Wozni. Sam Mastoni. Sam Mastoni, number 246. 247 is Macy Budgell of Budgie's Burritos. Macy Budgell. Not here. 248, Cindy Wagner. Cindy Wagner, not here. 250, Tim Lewis is here. He's followed by 251, Christian Desjardins. 252, Randy Chatterjee. 253, Vaughn Evans. 254, Gudrun Langolf. 255, Lindsey Brown. Welcome, Mr. Lewis. Former Councillor Tim Lewis. Back to City Hall.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. I'm here tonight on behalf of COPE, the Coalition of Progressive Electors, a political party that does not receive donations from developers either between elections or during elections. That gives us a perspective very unique within this City Council. We look at applications such as this application objectively with an open mind and with open ears. We are not opposed to development per se. None of the speakers here today are. The question is, development for who? If it wasn't for development, we'd all be living in caves. But if the development is for the benefit of the developer and not for the benefit of the community, then City Council, elected by the community and not by the developers, would vote no. On the other hand, a council elected by the developers and not by the community will vote yes. We're on to watch. The community is you, with an open mind and open ears to see which side of the fence this council is on. Now, with regard to the material presented to you over the last few nights, one of the benefits are some positive aspects with regard to bicyclists. That the 10th Avenue will be turned into a one-way street for one block between Kingsway and Main. I have a suggestion. Don't wait for the rezoning. Instruct engineering to erect the one-way sign. There's another recommendation to prohibit left-hand turns off of Kingsway onto 10th Avenue. Same recommendation. Don't tie it to the development. Do what's right and instruct engineering to put up the sign. This development is not a question of more density or no density. It's a question of too much density. An increase from 1 FSR to 3 FSR, a tripling of density, is more than enough. 5 FSR is too much. 5.5 is far too much. And in fact, it's even more than 5.5 when you take into consideration the other changes in the way it's being measured. In conclusion, I urge you to listen to the electorate, the community, and the people that have been speaking here tonight and the previous nights very strongly opposed to the development. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have questions from Councillor Park.
Yes. Thanks very much, Mr. Lewitt. You said that 5 FSR is too much, 5.5 is even that much more too much. Can you explain why that level of FSR, that level of density, is too much?
I think that I was very impressed by one of the speakers that spoke here last night, that spoke about the studies that have been done in Australia that proved conclusively 7-story and 8-story buildings are in fact more environmentally progressive than 15 stories, 20 stories, and so on. That if we're trying to address the environmental issue for more density, it actually becomes counter the environment once we go beyond 10 stories or thereabouts. So the right number should be 8, 9, 10 stories all the way along arterial corridors. That's fine. I think the community would welcome that. But when you get to the mass and the density of this project, it has negative environmental effects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Louis, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions in regards to the suggestion to move more quickly on the implementation. So what sort of funding would you draw from to implement that?
The bicycles?
Yes.
Well, you've got a very large and very healthy engineering budget. You've got more than enough money in there to put signs up. A sign that prohibits the left-hand turn.
So
I'll pay for the sign that says no left-hand turns.
Okay, we'll pick you up on that offer. Money from Tim Lewis. Okay. Just on the money side of the equation, you made a statement earlier that Coke doesn't receive money from developers. I see on your disclosure here $3,000 from Terry Huey.
Well, I'm not aware of that, I'll tell you that 3,000
I'll send you the link.
Is a rounding error compared to the 3 million received
Well, there's
by
a
another
rounding error
political party
aside,
that I won't mention
Mr.
today.
Lewis. I'm just looking at your disclosure here. Terry Huey, $3,000.
Very good.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all your questions. Thanks for coming to
Thank
speak.
you very much. Thank you.
And next up is Christian Desjardins. Christian Desjardins here. Speaker 251. Randy Chatterjee, 252. I haven't seen... Here he comes. Followed by Vaughn Evans, Gudrun Landgolf, Lindsey Brown, Emmanuel Renard, and Rob Elliott.
Your Honor, we're still working with a couple things. I'm going to ask if Warren Walker can take my place in my spot, and I'll take his place toward the end of the line. Okay?
Yeah, I had Warren, who was Speaker 123 or 31 or something like that. 123. And you are switching places with Mr. Chatterjee. Okay.
Your Honor, councillors, I want to thank you, first of all, for the hard work that's gone in from your end. I can't believe how many hours you put into this project. This one hearing and all the other things that have gone into it. I got tired just watching you. I have no idea, but I'm sure you've been really tiring for all of you. Also want to remind that I think it's time to think about the sentiments of the community in terms of backing the community to the hilt. We've got rednecks in Elwha want to bring super tankers down across Stanley Park, and you'll need the community back you to the hilt. But time for those guys, those rednecks in Elwha to show up for that. I've been here all my life. I lived here all my life. I have architecture, engineering, and design running in my blood. My father was a successful engineer and developer, and my grandfather was an architectural historian and a lecturer in London. My mother, a Vancouver school teacher for 30 years. Like many other Canadians, I have 2 passports. Honestly, the design stinks. As my biology teacher from McGee would say, take a 0 when it comes to what the design looks like. My grandfather would simply flunk the architects, and Arthur Erickson might roll over in his grave if he knew this work was going to go ahead on a landmark project like this. I won't comment on all the allegations made. I mean, council can make their own comments when it's time, when they make their decision. I highly doubt that Vision Vancouver wants as its legacy a giant finger on the center of Mount Pleasant, the center of Vancouver. We've all heard of Gracie's finger. We've all heard of Cheryl's finger. We don't have Vision's finger on the top of Mount Pleasant as well. That's really all I have to say. Everybody said so much, I don't have to say anything else. Please, don't do it. Just there's zoning there. Make them stay within the existing zone. Say we're not changing. Stay within the existing zone, and away you go. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for thanks for coming, and thanks to Mr. Chatterjee for doing that switch. 253, Vaughn Evans. Is Vaughn Evans here? I haven't seen her. Gudrun Langolf is here. Followed by 255, Lindsey Brown, then Emmanuel Renard, Rob Elliott, Greg Helton, Homeless Dave, Michelle Charbonnier.
Toy. Thank you for the entertainment. Good evening. My name is Gudrun Langolf, and I live in Marpo. And you wonder why the heck I'm here, because Mount Pleasant is up to bat. We're about to embark on a planning exercise in Marpole as well as West End and Grandview Woodlands. You all know about that because you expedited that stuff last year. We thank you for it. But at this point, we're wondering what the hell we've gotten ourselves into. You are talking about getting people to translate stuff for you so that people can make each other understood. It looks like we need translators for the planning department and the people they work with, or the public. That's not because they're bad people. It's just simply that they have a jargon and a language all of their own that we just simply do not understand. We now have a disagreement about what height means or what it meant to have that density on one spot, or those three areas that I talked about in Mount Pleasant. And we had folks work for 4 long years to perfect that plan. And we have an ambiguity or wriggle room or an interpretation process or something like that, so that it means something for the people that had worked with that plan before, it means something to them, and it means something else to the professionals. So when we're looking at what we're going to be doing, albeit not for 4 years, there are some of us who are very skeptical about getting involved in the process right from the get-go. It's disheartening. You have a large number of citizens who tell you that, yes, we don't mind densifying to some degree. We don't mind development, but just don't make it in this form this high. It's another phallic folly as far as I'm concerned. We have one of those now. We will have one of those at 70th and Granville, thanks to the previous council. We will have 2 or 3 of those down at the foot of Cambie Street and Southwest Marine. In at least 3 of those, the citizens have said, yes, we don't mind development. We want some densification, just not this form. The same arguments have been made there, is that it was unimaginative. It was strange to have these towers there that are just simply towers and don't speak to anyone in terms of a community or their neighborhoods. So we're watching, what's going to happen here. We hope that the council that is going to represent the citizens. I understand that the citizens may also include developers. I understand that. But there's to be some kind of weighing about who's got some sway about what happens in the neighborhood. I think the whole setup is a problem for us in terms of setting up mistrust right from the get-go. We do not have developers come to the communities and say, we want to build something here. Can we work together? Can we do something here? And then present it to planning department. No, what we've got is we've got people working with the planning department for years to try and come up with a plan that then the planners have to sell it here, and they look like the bad guys when they're really just doing their job. So it's just a weird setup. It's just a no-win situation that allows us to demonize everyone or each other, and then guess who walks away laughing with big profits? I've heard say that the developers in Paris, expect a 6% return on their investment. There's no more land available in Paris, right? I mean, it's as built out as you can possibly have it. Well, developers here are looking for something vastly more than that. And I think that everyone who is risking some capital is entitled to a decent return of their investment, but not windfalls, not the lottery, people. And this would be the lottery, as most other buildings this high. And they're not sustainable. All kinds of people have told you from what perspective it isn't sustainable, and I urge you to listen to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Randolph. Thanks for being here tonight. And Lindsay Brown is our next speaker, 255. Is Lindsay Brown here? Lindsay Brown, I don't see. Emmanuel Renard is here. Good evening.
So I'm Emmanuel Renard. I am a geographer and an artist, and I have lived in Vancouver for the past 15 years. And I become involved with the RISE Alliance while producing and curating art exhibition in the current building. As a geographer, I worked with municipality and provinces to help them decide how best plan and use their resources. Mount Pleasant is near my neighborhood. I live at the Cedar Cottage in Kensington area up there. And in 2008, so about 5 years ago, we had this King Edward Village development who came at this corner. And The King Edward Village is basically an equivalent in size of what the Rise is going to build, wants to build at the corner of Broadway and Kingsway. So I thought it would be relevant to actually list the real impact I have seen over the course of those 5 years in my neighborhood with an equivalent development. And overall, it was extremely positive for me and my family. The first very positive impact was the foot traffic in the area. The foot traffic being safety for the kids to be by themselves, for women to work at night in the neighborhood. So it was a very nice and very positive impact for me. The second positive impact who came was the transit system. There is new bus line on King Edward who was built, I'm not sure how many months or years after the development, but in 2008 this line was not there, it's here today. So it takes some time, but the transit system followed the development. We had an increase in bus frequency, but my commute time wasn't different, meaning the frequency maybe compensate for the new traffic. The other thing I experienced is I didn't see any traffic change. And at night, and Kingsway is a really already very, very busy corner. We have this new development through the King Edward Village. We have a lot of townhouses in the neighborhood. In my daily life, I didn't see the traffic increase. I'm sure you had, but maybe it came slowly, it built up slowly, and I don't feel it. I can still park my car within 1 minute almost everywhere if I want to. Looking at the Tower 8 of King Edward Village, well, it's a presence. For sure it's a presence, but does it bug me? No. I walk in the street, I don't walk my nose up in the air. The tower is there, but it's really not, doesn't have a high visual impact on my life. City workers' presence, there are changes in traffic patterns, improvement of urban vegetation around the area. Constant presence of city workers improve the security, encourage people to respect the environment, and I did notice less littering in the area. Business are still here, lots of new renovation in the area. I guess even with the downturn in 2009, the business are still here, they're renovating, and of course lots of new business in the area. New business, but also new public service, a beautiful new VPL, Service Canada is in there. So I can do lots of things by foot around my area. I don't need my car. So this is really a daily life, this is really the impact on this, high-rise, big density. It's been overall very positive. So I thought that may be of some interest for this project. And this is, I think, why I want to support the Rise and I want to support their development and rezoning application, because I think it will bring the same thing to this neighborhood, to the Mount Pleasant neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much for coming to speak. 257, Rob Elliott. Is Rob Elliott here? How about Greg Helton? 258, Greg Helton. Not seeing Greg Helton. Homeless Dave is here, 259. He's followed by 260, Michelle Carbonier, and then Rick Tate, Lucas Meyer, Oliver Harwood. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Team Vision, councillors. I just wrote this, so hopefully I can read my own handwriting. I've really learned a lot by listening to so many of the voices of consciousness of this wonderful community. People like Stephen Bohaus and many other community organizers who poured their heart and soul into this. And no matter what happens here today, remember it is you and all the speakers who spoke out against this monolithic, monoculture, energy-sucking pig building who are the true heart and soul of Mount Pleasant. What's going on here is an iconic battle over not just the heart and soul of Mount Pleasant, but it is also over the heart and soul of Vancouver. Now, I respect and defend the freedom of speech of people who spoke in favor of Rye's proposal, but I still think they're a bunch of fucking hacks to promote Rise.
I could just ask you to clean up the language.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I know you used that line, and
not in public, and this is being viewed by people beyond this room.
Okay, I thought the whole media carried that story. No? Okay, anyways, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to try and approach this differently. I want you to try and get out of your big box type of thinking, because I'm going to try and weave together an asymmetric story about the heart and soul of communities and the heart and soul of Vancouver. I'm going to try to do this through the background story of Passover and Easter, which starts tomorrow. And you, Mr. Mayor, get to play the role of Pharaoh or the king. And the good people of Mount Pleasant and the downtown east side are in the role of people seeking self-determination, equality, democracy, and justice. Now, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to tell you a subtle story about the Mount Pleasant community. Across from the Rise proposal are two cafes, one at Fraser and one at Maine. Mr. Mayor, there are many vulnerable people in the area, including those who suffer from brain injury. And I know these good people. They come and spend much time in these cafes, and one never buys anything and just sits down with a cup of water. He's never bothered or pushed out. And even with a change of management in one of the cafes at Broadway and Maine, nothing's changed. They still allow him to do that. This project will displace these people. Why? Why does it matter? It does. All communities have their unique, subtle character that makes them special. Last summer, the Globe and Mail called Mount Pleasant one of the 10 most livable communities in Canada. And you want to mess with that? Now, I'm going to talk about Richard Florida. I'm not a big fan of his, and he's certainly no heir to Jane Jacobs, who I knew in the last year of her life, and we worked with each other in what would be her last victory. I told her son about it. I'll tell you about that someday. Now, Richard Florida talks about emerging artists and creative types, and I would add vulnerable people that enhance the core of a community. If you drive these people and make them disappear, you kill the heart and soul of cutting-edge communities that many people in the first place are drawn to those communities for. You make it unaffordable for them, and you end up with a sterile and sanitized place. As an organic farmer, Mr. Mayor, you know full well that to have good fruit and vegetables, you need excellent soil. You got to get your hands dirty. You need good dirt, man. Mount Pleasant is one of those keystone communities. The keystone stub or original quartier is the downtown east side. So the Rise proposal is a keystone project, or in semiotics, a symbol or sign that represents a fight over much larger issues that define who we are and what we want in life and how we relate to each other. It's a tipping point, Mr. Mayor. At the core here are issues of affordability, democracy, self-determination, as represented by the LAP processes. You're about to set things ass backwards on affordability. Donkey backwards. You're about to throw the baby out with the bathwater even before your own blue ribbon developer panel on affordability gets off the ground. This building is iconic because it is a tipping point for further unaffordability in Vancouver. Nelson Edison and I agree on this, and by the way, Edison is for a moratorium and all rezoning while a LAP is in the process of the downtown east side. This is a story of trust and betrayal, money and deceit. Mount Pleasant, the Prince Charmings of this world will always violate you viciously in brutality. Your true friends and allies are the unsanitized Shreks of this world. One thing, Mr. Mayor, I want to quickly address is densification.
So you're over your time. Dave, if you wrap up in a sentence, please.
Yeah. This densification, I've heard people say that we have no choice because of geography. But in fact, densification is done different in Montreal. And hello, it's an island. And a hell of a lot more affordable, but developers don't own Montreal lock, stock, and barrel. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. And next speaker is Michelle Charbonnier. Good evening.
I am a bit of an outsider because I live in Gastown. Why in Gastown? Because it is human scale, because it's pleasant to walk in the streets, because it's been renovated with taste and following the regulations regarding height. There is a sense of community when it's not inundated by tourists in the summertime, but in the wintertime we do know each other. We know the stores. We go to the Chinese store. It is a relatively pleasant neighborhood. But I do my shopping in this neighborhood, in Mount Pleasant. I go to the IGA on Main Street. I go to the pet shop next to it. I go to the mall. I walk around. I go to the local cafes. I don't want them to disappear. I don't want them to be bankrupt. And that's something that could happen with this development. And I'm not sure that the big names store that would move into that development would bring anything new, any merchandise that's not already available in the stores nearby. I grew up in Paris, as you might have figured out from my accent, and there's no towers in Paris. It's a very densely populated city. The height, the maximum height is 8 floors. So when we are faced with going high or no choice, it's not so. There's many cities in the world that do not have to build skyscrapers. And walking around the streets of Paris is known all over the world as being a pleasant experience. The word flaneur came from there. And I like to flan in Mount Pleasant because somehow I am reliving some experience that's familiar to me from my childhood. So I don't want this big development to come under that form. It might be revised and lowered or made lighter or more friendly. But as it is, it's nothing to look forward to. And you will have to change the neighborhood's name and call it Mount Unpleasant.
Okay, thank you for coming to speak. Next up is 261, Rick Tate. Is Rick Tate here? 262, Lucas Meyer. Lucas Meyer. 263, Oliver Harwood. Oliver Harwood here. All right. After Mr. Harwood is 264, Manuel Schulte, and Kathy Mallet, Phil Collins, Marianne Code. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, councillors, friends, I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening and also your patience in listening. The Rise development has brought to the fore a few concerns. I remember the cold, wet days and nights last fall at the Vancouver Art Gallery. I made a choice to get involved with Occupy Vancouver and the Occupy movement because I, like so many others, have realized that our socio-economic system is profoundly detrimental to human welfare and happiness. In other words, our system puts great value on the benefit of the few at the expense of the many. I'm here today to ask for your ongoing attention to the greater socio-economic impacts of this development and every development. It is your job as elected officials to regulate developers, and I don't mean building codes, I mean human codes. If we are to build a just society together, then you need to be on board to watch every area of unjust profit-making and to always push for benefits to the widest community. I was sad to hear about the scrapping of the artist spaces in the Rise in return for cash. This doesn't look good. This really doesn't look good. We live in one of the most expensive cities in the world, and it seems like more and more of the 99% are getting pushed out. I realize that there are always complexities in making decisions, but I ask that you and the developer reconsider how to make this particular project more equitable. I challenge the developer, how are you truly taking care of the society that supports you? I strongly believe that those who have more responsibility. I commend Council on the push to be a green city, on the new bike lanes, on the green roofs and recycled water at the convention center, and many, many other initiatives. But I challenge you, how can we be a green city when developments such as this are not being designed to benefit the greater community? In conclusion, I ask Council to consider this development in the context of the socio-economic system change that we all need to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming to speak tonight. 264, Manuel Schultz, followed by Kathy Malley. Welcome.
I'm sure many will remember this quote. You can question how worthwhile democracy is in a lot of countries right now. That, of course, was Gregor Robertson, a quote he quickly called a poor choice of words after it made waves in the media. Whatever the context and however it was meant, I think it is worthwhile examining, because I think if we're serious about democracy and we purport to live in one, then we should always question how worthwhile the democracy that we live in is. That includes the democracy in this city. So how worthwhile is democracy in this city right now? How worthwhile is democracy in Mount Pleasant right now? Of course, definitions are useful, so it is worthwhile defining worthwhile democracy. To me, a worthwhile democracy is a democracy that functions in the ways that we, the people, all of us, not just those in this room, not just those in the boardrooms, but all of us want. To the degree that the democracy functions in ways that we don't want, it is not worthwhile. So how can we measure this? Well, let's look at what kind of democracy we want and compare it to what kind of democracy we have. The kind of democracy we want, I presume, is one that as much as possible reflects the will of the people, i.e. the will of all of us. Now, what kind of democracy do we have? Specifically, what kind of democracy do we have in this city, and what kind of democracy do we have in Mount Pleasant? There's an old adage, when you want to know what's really going on, follow the money. There are many ways to follow the money. In politics, the obvious one is campaign finances, campaign contributions. Now, most councillors will know the numbers, probably much better than I do. While the city council knows the numbers, one wonders how well the people in the city know them, and if they do, how much they feel they can do about them. That in itself is revealing about the type of democracy we have, but there's no time to get into that here. Also revealing about the type of democracy we have. But I digress. In any case, Vancouver has the most expensive municipal elections in the country. Over $5 million were spent between the two largest parties, the vast majority donated to both parties from the corporate development community. One developer donated close to $1 million to a single party. Money is power, both directly and indirectly. We all need money to survive. So if a political party pays people to go door to door to encourage me to vote in a certain way, as happened in the last election, that is reflective of the kind of democracy that we have. During the campaign, ads are bought to tell us what to think, who to vote for, and those ads, in the end, for the most part, are paid for by developers. That reveals a lot about the democracy we have. Corporate media institutions, which depend primarily on corporate ads for survival and which set the agenda for democratic discussion, also reveal a lot about the democracy we have. Money amplifies the voice of those who have it. It diminishes the voice of those that don't. money amplifies the voice of the developer, it diminishes the voice of the people. This tells us a lot. When a development like this goes up, does it spring from the community? Does it reflect the broad voice of the people? The developer can pay for ads, pay for people to speak for him, to deal with city staff, to lobby, to prepare events, create front organizations that try to present themselves as community groups, etc., etc. And we have a city whose institutions have evolved along the lines of this kind of democracy. These institutions have evolved to favor the development community. Now, I won't go into details. Again, time, revealing. So we have a developer who wants to make a lot of money. We have a city whose democratic processes have evolved to favor him. We have a legal, economic, media, and social infrastructure geared to favor the developer and loaded against the community, the people. We have a community that wasn't really asked what it wanted. Members of the community have had to fight tooth and nail, day in and day out, to have even something of a decent hearing against this development, let alone meaningfully being asked what they wanted in the first place. Meaningfully. When a developer can spend his big bucks to amplify his voice in this process of democracy, and citizens have to make major sacrifices just to dull his amplified voice, let alone being listened to outright, that tells us a lot about how worthwhile this democracy is. Every day we make all kinds of decisions that make this democracy more or less worthwhile. In many, many ways, City Council has much more power than most of us. In this case, as in many others, who you listen to will determine how worthwhile your choice is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak. Okay, thanks. And Kathy Malay. Kathy Malay is Councillor Carr. Do you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Be quicker on the button there. You have the floor.
Thank you. Is the speaker here? Did he?
Mr. Schulte, you good?
Yeah. I appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much. I just want to be clear. You may not know that I did ask a question of our legal staff regarding donations made to individuals or campaigns by parties. So I wanted to inform you about that. By the way, I have no vested interest in this response. My campaign did not receive one donation from any developer, but the response, so that you know, is that their legal opinion, and it was in case law, is that there is no conflict of interest in voting on an issue despite the donations that could have come from a developer. And so that is a clear legal opinion that we've received, so that you are aware of that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. We're on to speaker number 265, Kathy Malay. Is Kathy Malay here? Don't see Kathy Malay. 266, Phil Collins.
I missed my chance 244 due to an inability to time exactly when to get here. Could I speak now, please? Randy Helton, as a delegation, City Hall Watch.
What we have been doing is anyone who misses their spot by a ways goes to the end of the list, which isn't that far off. But
when would that be?
Well, we're at 265, and there are 291, so it may be
at 8:30
later this evening. If you could ask someone to switch with you, that's one of the upcoming speakers. But I'm not going to make that call, given people have been waiting, and he missed his number about 20 speakers ago, but we did have a number of people who weren't here, so it's moved along quickly.
Well, I don't think people expected the numbers to go so quickly due to the timing and the change of the bylaw, procedural bylaw, but.
That doesn't affect the pace that we move at. It's who shows up. Are you 273, Jennifer Fox? Okay. So we may be at your spot in short order here, Mr. Helton, if you want to hold off. Thank you, Ms. Fox, for offering that up. on behalf of Mr. Helton. So Phil Collins, 266. Is Phil Collins here? No. Marianne Code, 267. Followed by Andrew Witt, Alan Sayers, Shahira Sakiyama, Diane Coate. Ms. Code, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of the nearby community, RPSC, Riley Park, South Cambie, and have been active in their Vision Implementation Committee and in the Little Mountain Advisory Group for the Little Mountain Housing. But I'm speaking as an individual with an interest in what I see happening in Vancouver regarding neighborhood rezoning and redevelopment process. I've watched a large part of the last two public hearing evenings on the RISE developments, and many eloquent and insightful residents from all walks of life have pointed out their concerns about how the development does not fit into their vision of the community, for instance, really affordable housing, let alone to their Mount Pleasant community plan. Over and over I've heard, and I agree, that most oppose not development and densification, but the type of development and densification that the RISE plan presents and represents. The people of Mount Pleasant are not alone in this. The recent civic election demonstrated the dissatisfaction that many neighborhoods have with the overall direction City Council is taking planning in neighborhoods, including redevelopment and rezoning, taking it away from meaningful citizen participation from the beginning of development proposals in their neighborhoods. Many Mount Pleasant residents, even planning professionals, have said back to the drawing board. Well, if the plan goes back to the drawing board, the process needs to be changed. I suggest that the concerns of the citizens expressed in these hearings be taken as an integral part of the basis for future planning of redevelopment and looking over this plan on this site. I also ask that Council use the redevelopment planning for this site as a step towards continuing to develop a process of involved citizen participation from the beginning of any planning process in their neighborhoods, building on the very useful experience of community visions, where planners and residents learned from each other, where residents began to learn about the complexities involved in a planning process. I ask that Council mandate a community redevelopment and rezoning process here in the site that involves not only the creative, informed intelligence and experience of all levels in the community, but also city planners who are genuinely interested in creative community involvement, and there are many, and developers and architects who must work together with the community. All this as a step towards evolving genuine community sensitive guidelines for redevelopment and ahead of time in neighborhoods that fit with the residents' needs and love of their community and their existing community plan, that at the very least fit in with and preferably enhance the existing built environment that can facilitate community-enhancing networks of businesses, services, artists, and open gathering spaces, that facilitates preserving views and sun as much as possible. In any redevelopment and zoning process, there are many significant issues and problems, and they can be best dealt with in an engaged community process with the whole community and professional and business helpers. Mistakes are always made along the way. In a planning process that involves a totally engaged Mount Pleasant community, mistakes can be used as learning tools to build a better neighborhood. There's so much creativity and vitality in Mount Pleasant and many other neighborhoods. We all, community, professionals, and council, I believe, want a city we love to live in and that serves our needs. We can help each other, for instance, pressure senior governments to help with the necessary financial help with regulations against rampant real estate speculation. Let us develop a real process to enable working together to achieve this. For council, if you are sensitive to your electorate and desire to serve your citizens and residents of this beautiful city, you will find many good surprises and treasures along the way, and I think you have more than a glimpse of this in these hearings. Thank you for listening, but I'd like to take the rest of my time to show some slides from City Planning's own model that were released on a Freedom from Information request last week. And note how similar they are to Mr. Bohas's drawings and what Mr. Lato presented.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're at over your time. So, if we could, yeah, we can't go into another slideshow if you're.
It's not a slideshow. Would one of the councillors be willing to ask to see the slide?
So no, I don't have a request from council.
Well,
that would be up to them.
All I can say is that they are strikingly similar to Mr. Bohas's models and what Mr. Lato presented.
How long would these slides? Can I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
How long? 30 seconds, he said.
Councillor Carter, do you have questions?
Yes. What are in the slides, and if it helps to see the slides, that would be great. 30 seconds is not long.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Okay, that's the set of slides? Okay. Councillor Carter, do you have more questions? Or?
No, I just want to have confirmation that those were, I gather, just different aspects on the development from various viewpoints.
This is the first time I've seen the slides. Mr. Bohas said that they were released from the City Planning Department on a Freedom of Information request last week. So that's what I can tell you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Submissions in writing, they have an unlimited opportunity to do so, including Mr. Bohas, so there was no need for him to provide these to a different person who'd never even seen them before. They could have been submitted with notes. Just for the information of the audience who may want to make further submissions. They have unlimited opportunity to do so in writing up to 15 minutes after the end of the public hearing.
Thank you for that, Councillor Meggs, that clarification.
To that, please?
Well, it was just a point of order. He's just clarifying the procedures here that we have with further materials. Thank you for coming to speak, Ms. Code. And next is Andrew Witt, 268. Andrew Witt. Is he here? How about Alan Sayers? Is Alan Sayers here? 270 is Shahira Sakayama. Shahira Sakayama. Okay. Okay, Diane Cote, or Cote, 271. Diane Cote.
It's also dealing with tragedy of some friends tonight, unable to make it, but would love another chance, another night.
Okay, 272 is John Robinson. Is John Robinson here? 273 is Randy Helton in place of Jennifer Fox. So Randy Helton, then Ned Jacobs, then 275 Alexandros Stefano. You have a presentation ready?
Yes, and I'm speaking on behalf of the delegation for City Hall Watch, which I believe gives me 8 minutes.
If you represent 3 organizations,
3 organizations or 3 individuals?
3 individuals or 3 organizations?
Yes.
And
Option A.
Are your 3 individuals here?
Yes.
Okay. Are they coming up with you to present?
No, they're not planning to come up with me, but is that necessary according to the bylaw?
I don't think it's been interpreted since it's been approved.
Well, then they won't be coming up with me.
As long as they're present, that's
present.
what it says in the procedure bylaw. Okay.
Is this written in the procedure bylaw? Do you require this in every case, that all members being represented have been named? Okay, but is that written in the bylaw, and will that be enforced in every case?
Or other persons and organizations. And those represented are also present at the public hearing, either in person or by a representative. So I know you're familiar with this, but...
Yes. Are they required to stand beside me?
Well, I think it'd be good to know who they are.
Okay.
Just so we have clarification.
In every case?
Well, it's the bylaw, Mr. Hellman.
Okay.
Just so we know they're identified.
Anyone I'm representing for City Hall Watch, please stand up. I think the mayor requires you to stand beside me.
No, we just need names of who's being represented. That's all. So, I think the intention of the procedure bylaw is to be fair and clear about who is speaking to council, that it's equitable between everyone who is presenting. And so in terms of clarity around who you are speaking for, the purpose of having extra time is if you're representing several,
this way,
3 or more.
Who feels I'll be speaking on their behalf for City Hall Watch, please indicate your name.
Okay. Well, this procedurally, I don't know. We have several other speakers here who have all either spoken or are about to speak on their behalf. So let me just
Is that clear in the
check with the
bylaw?
clerk on the details of this. Just give me a minute, please.
Okay. Oh, anyone on whose behalf I speak. Okay. We have at least 3 people present on whose behalf I will be speaking for City Hall Watch.
So just clarifying this with the city clerk, if the others you're speaking for are on the speakers list, then you're not entitled to extra time to speak on behalf of other people. They are obviously already speaking.
Is that clearly stated in the procedure bylaw?
That's the interpretation from our city clerk on the procedure bylaw.
Okay. Well, then I encourage the city to make that clearer.
So I'll get you started here on your time.
Okay. So all right. So this, could we please start from 0 once this is up on the screen? Is that up to me to push the button? Yes. Pardon? Yes, it's there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is traffic impacts on cyclists, pedestrians, and C3A zoning. Advance, please, or how do I do that? Scroll, okay. All right, okay, thanks. Could you reset the time, please? No need? Okay. Okay, what can be built under 3CA zoning? This is for FSR 3.0, and compare the volume and height to the proposal. This is what the staff used as the sole example as precedent. It's Sophia, the Stella. And believe that this is the first time that the planning department has used the measurement of height to the top of the parapet rather than to the actual top of the building. The Stella is FSR 3.0, the maximum allowed under C3A, and also the rise in the same calculation would be equivalent to 22 to 23 stories, which is a calculation that may enhance the distrust in the way the calculations are done and the presentation by a planning department. This is a comparison of the height and volume of the Stella and the Rise towers. This is where it's moved closer to the front of the road just to compare the actual heights. If the same design was used as for the Stella, you could get 96 residential units, or you could get up to 180 units on the Rise site under C3A zoning. There's the Sophia. Oops. These are other examples of 3.0. There's 8 stories. This is the hub, which is 4 stories. That's FSR 3.0. These are other recent buildings which the planning department should have probably referenced in their staff report. This is 3.0. This is one that's 0.82, built under outright zoning. Transit impacts. The TransLink does a short trolley turn on the street there. There will be construction trucks, excavation, cement mixers, heavy traffic. You're going to have 320 parking spaces proposed there, and you'll have large tractor trailers turning onto 10th. The question is, can they make the turn? This is an important question because it could be a matter of life and death in the future if the building is built. Transit buses also use 10th to make a full turnaround, and if the traffic patterns are changed, how will they going to deal with that? How about 18 months of construction impacts on 10th Avenue? This is a picture of the delivery trucks turning from 10th onto Watson. And the scene, this is where there will be heavy traffic access if the building is built. And you can see that that's used by families and children and many people on bicycles. I believe there could be some serious danger impacts on creating a danger in the traffic patterns there. And so that's the technical part. Now I'd like to add a few things. It seems to me that this entire rezoning planning public hearing is a bit of a farce. 8 members of an elected party here were elected in 2008 on a campaign to fight against the eco-density principle. Many of the policies you're now adopting are actually enforcing and strengthening eco-density. When I was targeted by the mayor in July 2010 for profanity, just for asking for more time before the Mayor's West Advisory Committee was created, the whole point of my talk then was that the public needs to trust City Hall. And we need your help so that the public can trust City Hall. But what we see is that the community planning process for Mount Pleasant, in which millions of dollars were spent, thousands of hours of staff time and volunteer time were spent, we discovered that the text of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan had sudden surprises at the end introduced by staff at City Hall, which created a loophole for this whole rezoning application. There are 3 other communities, 4 in fact, that are starting community planning processes. And the City Hall really requires the trust in the integrity of City Hall if you want to have the public participate. That is, if you want the public to participate. But many people are looking at what's going on with this Mount Pleasant community plan and this particular zoning. If you approve this application, it could be a sign to many people that we cannot trust the community planning processes and City Hall. So it's up to you, our elected officials, to reject this application against which many voices of opposition, many aspects and many technical details have been presented through careful work by members of the public. So I encourage you to help us to trust City Hall and reject this rezoning. Ask the applicant to go back to the drawing board and work out something that complies with the community plan and with the current zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elton. You have a question from Councillor Jang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Can we have this slide put back up for a sec? Some of the slides. I just want to see a picture. It was described as. Can you go back? There was one of a truck, delivery truck on Watson Street.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that one? Can we show that one? I just want to double check something. Okay, is that Watson Street? That's Clark Drive, I think, and that's not
onto Watson.
Hang on, and I see what you're doing, and then that's not a delivery truck. It seems to be more of a container truck coming from the ports. It's got Yang Ming on the side, so that's not a food wholesaler that I know.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to check that. Okay, thank you.
However, during the construction process, you will see lots of large trucks going in.
That's Queen Alex School back there on that second picture, right? That's Broadway then. It's not 10th or turning on the Watson, so. And like I said, that's Yang Ming or something like that. So that's
I'll answer more detail in correspondence.
10th and Watson, so I just want to make sure that yours, you refer to trust, and so I'm trying to make sure that this is truthful as well. Okay.
Well, if I may add, the person who has vastly more experience on this topic is not able to speak again to council because the council changed the procedural bylaw without any public consultation, preventing anyone from coming up more than once, despite being able to make huge contributions to council. I would just like to say that for record.
Thanks, Mr. Hutton. Just to be clear, the procedure bylaw changes did come through committee process. People did speak to them, and people do have the opportunity to present more information to council in written form once they've had their 5 minutes. So our next speaker, we just missed John Robinson, I believe, is here, who was supposed to be just before Randy Hilton's spot.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'm sorry that I missed earlier. I greatly appreciate all of the work that everyone's put into the effort of looking into this matter. My point of view, I'm kind of sort of ad-libbing here, but my concerns are basically around the height and around the 3.0 FSR, really. And also the style and architecture and the design of the building itself as well. I think we could have a much more elegant and more beautiful type of a building, and I think it would be wonderful if it could be revisited and relooked at and redesigned in a way that would be much more conducive to the expression of the neighborhood in general. I've also noticed over the last few days when I'm watching this that, in my opinion, I've noticed many of the individuals that are pro or really for this specific building aren't necessarily either in this neighborhood or they have a vested interest in it themselves. And the individuals that are against this building are the people that are in this neighborhood and would actually be participating in and engaging with this building specifically. And I understand there's also probably questions around control of the price, rent controls, and all of these types of issues of affordability and issues like this. So I just want to say I understand that there is a need for this. It's just a question of the style, the aesthetics, the height, and the questions of the 3.0 FSR. And that's basically all I have to say. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. I think we may have clarification from staff towards the end about the mix, because by my scorekeeping here, there's been a real mix of people from the neighborhood and beyond, and on both sides of the issue. Ned Jacobs is next, 274, followed by 275 Alexandro Stefano, and 277 Gunter Schrack, 278 Jane Burkhart. Welcome, Mr. Jacobs.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Riley Park South Canby Community Vision Steering Committee to express our opposition to this proposal. It does not meet the performance criteria under the existing zoning for conditional approval of additional height and density, nor is it consistent with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan guidelines for the uptown area and this site in many respects. If you were to approve this application, it would undermine the credibility and efficacy of community planning throughout Vancouver. For example, the proposal does not respect or protect Watson Street as a special site. Without a setback sufficient to allow for a wide driveway between Broadway and 10th Avenue, heavy automotive use, including loading bays for diesel trucks, would negatively impact pedestrian and cyclists at all times of day, especially during peak hours when Watson Street functions as a popular pedestrian and cycling alternative to busy Main Street. The Watson Street wall would crowd the existing hub residences, drastically reducing access to sun and sky. On Broadway, the towering, overhung street wall is unsuitable. Additional space, unobstructed by columns, is needed to serve increased foot traffic by shoppers and transit users. This 118-foot high wall, combined with the 215-foot slab tower, would result in unacceptable shadowing of the sidewalk, shops, and restaurants on the north side of Broadway. Last night, the planner and urbanist Nathan Edelson pointed out that this design fails to qualify as iconic, not only in its form, but its content. Excessive parking represents a failure to prioritize walking, cycling, transit, affordability, and the arts. The last-minute decision to forego production space for artists in favor of additional large-format retail increases automotive dependency, exacerbating conflicts with the preferred modes. In contrast, a truly iconic design, bridging Mount Pleasant's streetcar past to a future that is lively, livable, affordable, and sustainable, would limit parking to about 50 spaces, dedicated to the use of customers, visitors, and car share for residents. Fewer if density was reduced. This would reduce construction costs and could improve affordability. It might even make it feasible to daylight a part of Brewery Creek if it was developed in conjunction with the site to the west. Best of all, it would allow Watson Street to be respected as a special site. The planner and urbanist Lance Berlowitz aptly likened this proposal to squeezing a hippopotamus into a bathtub and noted its similarity to a slab tower at English Bay, the type of dysfunctional design Vancouver rejected decades ago. I'm all for diversity, but that building sticks out like a sore thumb in the West End, just as this slab would in Mount Pleasant. Fortunately, we now know better. But what a shame and a dismal legacy it would be to take this backward step and do even worse. The proponents' marketing slogan, "Rise above it all," speaks volumes. Drive into the ample underground parking garage. Take the elevator up to your luxury suite with its magnificent mountain vistas. But human scale is the essence, and human contact is the soul of Mount Pleasant. This proposal respects and serves neither. Any development that is much greater in bulk and height than its surroundings will function by default as a landmark. But we think that the people of Mount Pleasant and adjacent neighborhoods like ours deserve a landmark that will aesthetically enhance the area, not a bloated structure that will be despised for its poor performance and contrived appearance. Although this site does not fall within the Riley Park South Canby area, the Main Street Kingsway section of Broadway is an important destination and transit hub for our residents and workers. Given its proximity to the Riley Park and Mid-Main neighborhoods, the scale and design of this project would, in our view, put frowns on the faces of our residents while making Mount Pleasant considerably less pleasant. We recognize the need to accommodate growth through increased density, but for numerous reasons that have been clearly delineated at this public hearing, this proposal does not qualify as density done well. Moreover, the deficiencies are too numerous and problematic to be corrected or mitigated at the development permit stage. We therefore request that you reject this application, and when doing so, that you suggest that the applicant go back to the drawing board, this time to work cooperatively with the Mount Pleasant community to produce a plan that meets with their very reasonable aspirations and expectations for this key site. Now, I have a number of other comments that I'd be happy to make and information of, for instance, in regard to why
So you're over your time, Mr.
Yes,
Jacobs.
I'm just saying that I realize I'm beyond my time, but if any members of this council are interested, I could give some reasons why packing the density right at the transit hub is not by any means necessarily the best approach to take. And what?
Yeah, you're certainly welcome to send those by email.
Certainly.
If you submit those to council, they're on the record for the hearing.
Right. This is, I'd just like to say that a public hearing is more than about informing council. It's about informing the public as well.
Indeed. And all of those submissions are made public as well as they're made available to our clerk through mayor and council at vancouver.ca. Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Next up is Speaker 275, Alexandros Stefano. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question in terms of whether or not we are taking a break, as we did previously. It's been almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
And if we have
I did
any...
say we would take a break somewhere after 8 o'clock, and it's already 10 to 9. Did I say 8 o'clock? Our speakers are so riveting, it was hard to... The time goes by so quickly. So, Alexander Stefano, are you here? If not here, then it's an opportune time to take a short break. Yeah, why don't I would welcome a motion. We've got, we're at Speaker 277. I have 292 or 293. So a motion to extend to hear from all our speakers.
Oh, well, is that a break?
Well, we can take a break. It's just we can let people know that we will carry on this evening. Otherwise, we'd be finished in an hour, and some people might want to go home now. So a motion to extend this meeting to ensure we hear from all the speakers who are here. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So we will hear everyone who's here to speak tonight. We will keep going. But in the meantime, we're going to take a 10-minute recess to for everyone to get up, stretch their legs. And we'll be back here a few minutes after 9. This meeting is recessed.
Sorry, I just...
Well, I hope Mrs. Orford is available.
So I'm going to ask councillors to return to their seats here in the chamber. We're going to get started here in a minute. So it looks like we have just about everyone back in here, so I'll call this meeting back to order, and we are going to return to our speakers list. The last speaker I called was 275 Alexandros Stefanou, who I don't believe is here. So we are on to 277 Gunter Schrack. Is Gunter Schrack here? 277 Gunter Schrack. 278 Jane Burkhart. Is Jane Burkhart here? 279 Adam Fink. Is Adam Fink here? 280 Sean LaPay. Is Sean LaPay here? Don't see Sean LaPay. 281 Shala Bozorgzadeh. Welcome. And you're up next, followed by 282 Faranaz Ahmadiyeh, Tom Lancaster, Kate Hennessy, Javed Haq. Welcome.
I couldn't believe it will be my turn tonight. So many speakers were asking to be here. I was, since 2005, 3 years on UDP, Urban Design Panel. I'm an architect. And another 3 years on DP, Development Permit. The way Vancouver City is going and growing, I believe, is wrong. I work with lots of these gentlemen. I love some of them a lot. Mr. Chris Bolan, we work together. I respect them. But I believe developers are planning the city, not planners. And even if planners... and even if... and English is my very second language, so forgive me for... And even if planners do something or say something, they don't have taste. I'm sorry, planners, if any of you are here, but they are not artistic, they don't have taste. But Mr. Brent Tadarian with color the city, making Christmas trees out of buildings. That was sad, the time he was there. That Olympic Village, when I was on UDP, 3 years I objected everything, every single thing. And we noticed what we have now. And what's happening again here. I live in Kitsilano. I don't live in this area. I don't belong to that Mont Pleasant. But I live in Canada. I live on this planet. And we are ruining it. I want to use up my 5 minutes. I don't know what to say. I can repeat and repeat. It is wrong. It is wrong. 5 minutes, it is wrong. I was sitting, pardon me?
Yeah, just, you could go easy on the furniture here.
Yeah,
okay.
Okay. So how many more minutes I can say it is wrong?
You have 3 more minutes. There's a screen in front of you that should have the time left on it.
Yes. So it is wrong. It is wrong. Do something about it. I was sitting there on DP 3 years. I didn't go through, although my name shows on city website for, and I supposed to be there in 2012. My name shows that I was nominated, but I don't know what happened in between that I'm not. I heard that they called me bitch because I objected, and I heard many other stuff because I was objecting things that happened in the city at the grandfather's time, and after that. And I wrote many letters, many letters, and I was ignored. So it is wrong. Something should be done. It is sad. A building when grows, it's not like food that if you burn it, okay, it's gone, and tomorrow we can make another food. This is a building that stays here for hundreds and hundreds of years, hopefully. But the quality is down, maybe not hundreds, maybe 20 years, and then it collapses, or then again they cover it with plastic and then charge the owners. Quality zero is very bad. But we damaged the land, we cut the trees. I was involved 2 heritage buildings. Second heritage building in Vancouver is, I don't know if you guys know about it or not. Second heritage building is going to be demolished, and they are going to put up containers there, very expensive estimate, unbelievable, and put homeless people in it. That, okay, this is one. Another one, they are going to demolish on Harwood, another heritage building, and the woman Kim Moss, that was a representative of
So
heritage.
I need to ask you to stick to this specific application rather than others examples
I know,
around.
it's very sad because I have so much on my chest that any opportunity I find, I have to say it. Okay, so maybe later, maybe more later. Respond to that. Anyways, so okay, how many?
You're just about out of time.
30 seconds. It is wrong. Do something about it. It is very wrong. We don't want these bulks, colorful bulks in the city. That doesn't make any sense. I'm so sorry, Chris, but I have to say it.
Thank you for coming to speak. So next speaker,
Mr. Mayor, excuse me.
282.
I was fast on the draw.
Pardon me?
I was very fast in.
Councillor Carr?
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. Is the.
I think she's gone out into the. She's coming back.
And my mind is somewhere else, so I was going back to her. Yes.
Questions, Councillor Carr?
Yes. I do have a question. Hopefully, your mind is here.
Thank you.
I get it. Your statement is that this development is wrong. You're an architect. What would be right?
Listen to them. Listen to so many people. They have things. They should be involved from zero. Unfortunately, council decides and make decisions at the very beginning, and it's too early. It has to come back to council. It has to come back to council. Step by step. It's not the beginning decision. People find out stuff in between. Lots of people don't know what's happening at the beginning, and they find out in between, and they say, okay, council approved that. Council didn't know much. People didn't know much. And in between, things appear suddenly. So I believe many times council have to listen to public, and public doesn't need to be architects. I know way less than many of these guys. I had been sitting here and things that these guys know, I had no idea. Because all the books, the drawings that were delivered to us, 2 o'clock in the afternoon we had meeting. 6 minutes past 11 the same day I got the drawings. How could I educate myself about something that I had no idea about it? So I don't know if it's intentional, very sad, or people don't know how to handle that. People in the city hall, how to deliver the information and package to people who have to sit here and listen and decide and say something. This is another thing. And then again, we are like dolls here. I felt I am a doll here sitting here, because when they say something about a building, it is about door lock, doesn't look good. The whole building is wrong, and they're talking about very small details on the building. What do you say about this and this and this? And if I say something else, this is against mandate. You are not supposed to talk about that. The whole building is a disaster, and they're talking about very small details, 1 foot higher on half or lower. Oh my God. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
People should be involved, and people should be informed and transparent. There is no transparency.
Thank you. Thanks. That's all your questions. Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. And all the best for your daughter.
Cat. The cat has surgery.
I thought you said your daughter. Thank you. Next speaker, 282, Faranaz Ahmadiyeh. Is Faranaz Ahmadiyeh here? 283, Tom Lancaster is here, followed by Kate Hennessy, Javed Haq, Andrea Nunez. Welcome.
Thanks. Mayor, Council, thanks for sticking around for so long. I actually lost a bit of a bet. I wasn't sure if it was going to make it to me tonight, and I apologize. I was registered earlier. I was putting my kids to sleep, and I can't actually make it out to these kind of things until 8:30, 9 o'clock. So this is great to be here tonight. I'm excited to be able to speak to you about something that obviously people care about. I care about it. I consider it my neighborhood. I live about 15 blocks south of here, Main and 25th area. That's primarily where my family spends all our time, but we do come down all the way down Main and further from Broadway quite a bit. The reason I think this is a really exciting project is, well, there's a number of different things. First of all, obviously, I'll cover off the basics. There's a community money contribution being offered at almost 80% of the land lift. I understand these things in their basic forms. If there's a lift in the land value from the existing zoning to the proposed zoning, it's worth a certain amount of money to the landowner, to the developer. If the city can capture a certain percentage of that and return it to the community in some form, I think it's a great thing. I think it's a way for us to be able to stretch limited municipal dollars. To deliver on-site amenities, I think, is actually a better thing than taking a cash in lieu payment. And I'm looking at the memorandum that was supplied from planning in response to some questions, and I appreciate it. I think it's really good. As you see, there's 4.5 million for arts and culture. I think that's great. The 1.75 to affordable housing. Affordable housing is a whole other topic, obviously, which we can't get too far into here. But I would advocate that if there is 1.75 going to affordable housing, that it be targeted to affordable rentals. Something in the area would be fantastic. I do feel like, as a young parent, well, maybe I'm not young, but my family's young, I would like to see more in the way of daycare delivered in the area. I know that from reading the neighborhood plan, there is some daycare facilities planned further east of here. Some specifics about this project. I know that there's no such thing as an easy project when it comes to this. My feeling about density is that I don't think density is great wherever you put it. I think it's specific places where density has to go that makes it work and it makes sense. I think nodes and corridors are great places for densification. Do I think blanket or uninformed heights, limits on heights, I don't think that's a really good idea. I think that as a pedestrian walking in the area, my family and I, we went across the street to our town cafe to see what it would look like looking south. And the intersection is huge. It's a massive intersection. It's out of scale with the pedestrian. I certainly would feel quite scared with my kids unless they were really close in hand. I would like to see that intersection shrunk. I know we can't actually shrink the road, but by putting a building presence on the south side of Broadway, right there, I feel like we can bring the street in. We can bring the street width, the perception of the width, we can bring that down and turn it into more of a pedestrian-oriented place. I know that from the neighborhood plan, there's a lot of plans for further east and densification along this as a node. I think this is a great thing. The form of that, obviously, is a really important thing we have to look at. The most important thing from a pedestrian perspective isn't, I don't believe, how high a building is. I think it's what happens right in front of you. I think it's the weather coverings above your head. I think it's the uses at the street level that are really important. These are really critical things to making a neighborhood great. Do you notice if a building is 12 stories or if it's 20 stories or 15 or something like that? Maybe to a trained eye. I've tried to do that in the last couple of weeks, well, month, when I was planning on coming to this public hearing. And from walking down the street, of course, it depends on the architecture and the design of the building, but you can't often tell if it's 12 or 18 stories right off the bat. That doesn't really impact anything. What I do think is a shame is that we lost some opportunity to do rental units. I think that STIR is an entirely controversial mechanism for delivering rental, but I also think it's important. I think that rental housing, be it affordable or market, is something that the City of Vancouver desperately needs. I think we have to deliver it however we can. Obviously, non-market or market-restricted housing is the most appropriate thing. I support development on this site. I'm not sure to what extent I support the width of the tower on this. Is my as a pedestrian walking down Main Street would be the one thing I would say is maybe not the most perfect part of this plan. I think that in terms of height, if it's proposed at 23, it comes down to 15, it goes to 17, it goes to 19. These are things that really don't affect too much the pedestrian realm, except for potentially views looking north if you're further south on Main Street. I do think that this generally is in line with the neighborhood plan. I support densification here because of its location at Broadway and Main, intersection of a number of different options for transportation. And I think bringing people to the area to support local businesses is a really good thing. There's a lot of really great things about this application, and of course there's things that aren't perfect about it.
Okay, you're over your time.
I am. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for coming to speak. Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. So, Kate Hennessy is our next speaker, 284. Welcome.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a professor at Simon Fraser University, and I'm also a resident of Mount Pleasant. So I'm really just coming here as a resident of the neighborhood. I live within about 2 blocks of the proposed building. So in the last few years, with my neighbors, we've watched the neighborhood change a lot. We've seen several new developments replace single-family homes and so on. I've moved into one of the new developments. And from it, I watched the dismantling of the Lee Buildings billboard, which was in violation of the city's sign bylaws and criticized for obstructing the view of the mountains and the city. I also, with my neighbors, watched the buildings at the proposed building site now burn down on Christmas morning, and we, mourned the loss of the artist studios and all of the works that were in them, and also the demise of the local businesses there. But at the same time, of course, we were looking forward to what future developments might bring into our neighborhood. And we saw a decent precedent being set in our neighborhood for mid-rise towers under about 12 stories that were bringing a new density to a neighborhood that we all accept has to grow and will change. So we're fine with that. And then as a resident, I've also participated in the community workshops and the open houses related to this proposed development. I've talked to the RISE representatives in their information center, which is just around the corner from where I live. So I'm coming here to speak in opposition to the development in its current form. I mean, there's little that I can say that I don't think hasn't already been said by hundreds of speakers before me who also don't believe that the proposed development is the right one for the neighborhood. But I just want to reinforce very briefly a couple of points that I think I just can't believe that Council wouldn't be seriously concerned with them. So the first is what many people have talked about already today, this flawed consultation process that, from my perspective, as someone who sat and listened to presentations and offered my feedback, seems to have done little but advertise what the developer seems to have decided long ago was appropriate for this location. And I just wonder, shouldn't the Council find it problematic that major concerns that have been documented in the consultation seem to have been disregarded in the current iteration of the development? The most significant of these, from my perspective, is the compatibility of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, the details of which I'm sure you're all aware. So those who are opposed to the development as it stands right now agree that it goes against key premises of the document, so many times higher and denser than what's currently allowed. All public benefits have been stripped away. I find that amazing that that is a result of the community process that I participated in. Loss of market rental housing, making even worse the cost of living in this neighborhood for residential and commercial tenants in the area. And then, of course, Watson Street has been completely sacrificed to big box retail, so that's hard for me to understand. I feel like cities who want to be called the greenest have to do better than allowing developers to push for height while abandoning the city's commitments to affordable housing, to innovative architectural design, and fundamentally to respecting the community plans that we've participated in developing. I know that the developer and the architects can do better than what we see in front of us. And I hope that, unlike the developer, that Council will listen to these hundreds of voices who are voicing their opposition to the current project and seem to agree that it's really not the right development for the heart of Mount Pleasant, which to me is nothing like a gateway. It's the middle of the community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak, Ms. Hennessy. Next up, 285. Actually, before, I understand Jane Burkhardt's here, who was just a speaker or two ago. So I'll call Jane Burkhardt. Oh, we just missed you.
Very sorry, I couldn't run fast enough.
It's okay. Welcome.
Thank you very much for letting me speak anyway. I almost wasn't going to come because I had been watching all of the proceedings at home, and it's become blatantly, and I'm going to preface this. I am caring for someone at home who is going through palliative care, so I'm a touch emotional. We had a little incident today where he fell out of his wheelchair on the way to transportation, and no one would help lift this man off the cement back into his wheelchair. I live a couple of blocks from this development. I have lived in my neighborhood for going on 15 years. I am the person that took over after the graffiti program was cut. I go through the alleys with donated paint. I clean the alleys on my own volition. I did it to help the Olympic procedure for my community. Some of the businesses had graffiti. I knew it was a main thoroughfare for the visitor vehicles, so I took it upon myself in the middle of February to go and beg for paint, and I painted all the businesses. Well, once you start, you cannot stop. I'm the one who gardens up and down the street on Main Street. I'm the one who goes out there every day and picks up the garbage for the businesses, just to make my neighborhood nice and livable for my neighbors. This development, not that I'm adverse to development, because I've lived through many of the fires and rebuildings that have gone on in this neighborhood in the past 10, 15 years. For example, the development at the corner of Quebec and 10th, when the 100-year-old Filipino church burnt down. We were up all night watching that building go down. It was January 7th, 3 o'clock in the morning. And what has risen from the ashes of that tragedy is the most beautiful housing project. Townhouses with 2 and 3 bedrooms in each unit. Not sure of the numbers of units. Many families live there. Fits beautifully into the entire neighborhood. The developer worked into it. I also lived down the street from the previous Rise development at the corner of Quebec and Broadway. Was against it at first. I had a little dear holding on to the old Poppy office, but I have to say, except for the big box store on the bottom, it's fit in very lovely with the neighborhood. The development that is going up right now, and the reason I mentioned my friend that is at home and in care, is because I realized that with those 19 stories, I haven't heard any talk of, okay, we need more budget for that fire department, because our area has always had a limit on the height. Those fire ladders can only go so high. I haven't heard anything about how we're going to incorporate funds in order to accommodate all these extra people. I haven't heard of any services. This is a hospital area. That is a hospital route going along 12th, along Broadway. That is the ambulance and fire route. I live half a block from the fire department. I haven't heard anything about how we are going to cost out emergencies for the extra people that we are bringing into this neighborhood. We're cramming them in, but I haven't heard anything about what else we're going to help with. And when I watched my friend sitting on the sidewalk today, incapable of getting up, it hit me that my neighborhood is going to change. And a number of people who used to be able to live in that neighborhood, and trust me, I'm hanging on to my apartment just by the skin of my teeth. I am one of those people of low income with a disability, and I'm barely hanging on one more rent increase, and I'm gone. The stores are unaffordable now because they have no choice but to raise their prices because the rents are becoming unaffordable. So this neighborhood where I raised my granddaughter from infancy to now her teens, it is going. The history is going. It will be a cold environment. I think you can do much better. I think if you go back to the table, you can come up with something that fits. Mr. Jang, last night you stated something, and unfortunately I am a little busy at home right now, so I can't remember which speaker you addressed. But it was a lady that was interested because she wasn't aware there was more than one development on the table. And she was shocked when you told her 3. Truth be told, sir, I am well aware, and I have been privy to information since 2007, that there is another organization that's been silently buying up property in that neighborhood and going to be building out to Kingsway. And the talk that I heard in 2007 is they're considering 11 to 19 stories of housing on top of retail. So it's only a block away from this development we're talking about. So whether those plans go through or not, I have great concerns, and I have great concerns since 2007 when I was privy to this information. So I think I felt when I listened to you last night, I felt it was a bit disingenuous because it kind of does fall under your portfolio. And don't know if there's truth to it anymore, if they've changed their plans, but I am aware that there is talk of more development. So telling some sweet little old lady that was really shocked when you said 3, from my point of view, from the information I've been told, not nice to lie to us little old ladies. It's just not. And I have concerns about that. And I would really like a guarantee that there will only be 3 developments, because I don't buy it. And I think you're destroying a wonderful neighborhood that has all the potential in the world. Councillor Deal, I am truly saddened that you didn't get the artist amenities that you were trying for, and I know you were trying, because that is the spark of our neighborhood. That is what makes Mount Pleasant so special. It used to be the antique shops, but now slowly but surely they're going away. It's the families, it's the uniqueness, it's the artists that make our neighborhood so vibrant. It's the skateboard community. It's the cycling community. It's what we are looking for. Family, community, and totally environmentally friendly. And that's all I have to say. And I left my speech at home, and you guys are lucky because I just won that.
Thank you for
Thank you very
making
much
the time.
for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Jang has questions for you.
Hi, come on back.
I know what you're going to ask me.
Okay, let's go for it. What am I going to ask you?
Oh, come on, you do it first. You go first.
No.
You go first.
You guys have been inferring a lot of stuff about me. Let's go. Come on.
No, I follow you closely because your file is something close to my heart. I am very much a person that speaks out for the homeless community. I have a little route that I do every day. I feed X amount of people that don't have a home on a daily basis. I take care of a feral cat community. I paint the graffiti. I pick up the garbage.
Okay, so what was my question going to be?
I'm just waiting to see how you're going to phrase it to me.
You have a question,
All
Councillor
right,
Daly.
I'll ask that
talker, but I know when to
question.
back
We only
off.
got 5 minutes.
Question,
I'm
please.
kidding. Okay, the mayor's telling me to hurry up. So you suggested that you had some other information about other secret developments, and if you
No,
can share
not
that.
secret developments. I just am aware of other
Okay. And my question
organizations in the neighborhood that are also contemplating high-rise housing.
Okay, so my question is then, if you have some of this information.
It's in your city record.
Okay, if you could point them out to me, because I don't know.
I'll send you an email.
Yeah, that would be great. And send it to
I
all
don't
of
think
council.
it's fair to out somebody right here
I'm
in
just saying,
public.
I'm just saying.
I'll send you an email, and I'm sure you do have the records because there's been a lot of
If you
conversation.
can point them out for us and share it with all of council, because you're in public hearing, and it's important everybody understand.
It would be around the corner of Kingsway and 11th.
Okay, but if you have some credible information and you can point it out for us, that'd be great. And that was my question.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, but I am aware that there is other development, so we know it's not stopping at 3, and I just feel it's disingenuous to say to the public, okay, it's going to stop right there. We know it's not.
Well, like you, I just have the community plan, and the community plan suggests 3, and that was what my question was.
And this was before your time, so. So before you were on council. Before you were on council. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Before my time.
But it's the process started before you came to council. Is that better?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And our next speaker is number 285, Javed Haq, or Hake. Javed Haq here. 286, Ben Tice is here, followed by 287, Lisa Moore, 288, Francis Roma, then Andrea Nunez, Ivan Drury, Randy Chatterjee, Jennifer Fox. Ben Tice.
Mayor and Council, thank you. You did bring a speech. Yes. My name is Ben Tice. I am first and foremost a resident of the community. I'm a father of 2 children. I find myself in a new category in life, being called a restarter. And in doing so, I also find myself in looking for housing and affordable housing. As an entrepreneur, I make a fair living and I work very hard, and this community has been very important to me. I've been very fortunate to be, I will call myself a member of this community since 2003, and while for several years I moved further west towards UBC, I have returned because of the people and the individuals. I am in support of this development for several reasons and for several personal reasons. Before I get into these reasons, there are some tremendous people that have spoken very eloquently about process and about facts and about damage and this other thing. And what I would like to try and talk to you about is my experience, really, as an individual, as a father, a contributor to the community. And while I'm in awe of people who walk through the alleys and paint, my contribution is different. My contribution is a commitment to my children. I have 2 5-year-old boys, one who's a type 1 diabetic, which requires a phenomenal level of care and within the community and support and health services and everything else like that. But my commitment is to a community, but not only what I would call the West Side community, it's the neighborhood within this area. I currently live at 21st and Yukon. I love it there. It's quite great. But as I am a father, a single father now, and a restarter, I find myself wanting a permanent home, and I realize that a single family home, because I am restarting, is just not a reality. I too am in favor of density on traffic nodes. I believe in that. Mr. Lancaster spoke very eloquently this evening, and I concur with him simply in the saying that, you know, when you walk around the city, whether it's Vancouver, LA, New York, or any other cities that we've had the privilege to go to, we don't really recognize anything above 4 stories. And I realize there's probably some boos coming from me in the back room. The education I gained sitting back there this evening was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal in process. But I don't want to belabor on that. I'm here to support this for personal reasons, because I am a father, because I'm a person who's made a choice to commit to this community, and I realize that making a choice to a community requires sacrifices. I won't live in a single family home again. But to me, what's more important is the community I live in. I have had a chance to be to the Rise Alliance open house. I look at their floor plans, I look at the townhome plans, and I go, this is a wonderful compromise because now I can purchase and I can afford something. I can be in a community where I'm not spending time in a car and I can commute on my bike, and I'm a fair weather cyclist at best, but I do try to commute on my bike as best I can, and I can provide a great environment for my children and for my community. Thank you.
Thanks for coming to speak. Next up is Lisa Moore, Speaker 287. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity. My name is Lisa Moore, and I'm the co-owner of Rhizome Cafe, which is located at 317 East Broadway. We find ourselves directly in the shadow of this proposed development, both literally and figuratively, and I'm here to speak strongly in opposition to this rezoning application. When we chose to open Rhizome Cafe 6 years ago, we chose Mount Pleasant as a diverse neighborhood, as a neighborhood that is creative, that is family-oriented, that is a mixed-income neighborhood where we felt that we could create a social and cultural and political hub that would allow many voices to be heard. As I hear about and as I've been learning about this development, I feel that all of the reasons that we chose this neighborhood will be directly threatened by the development as it's currently proposed. I have watched the neighborhood change. I've watched our neighbors be forced out by increasing rents. I feel that the construction of such a vast number of luxury condos in such a massive high-rise will only exacerbate the pressures that are already put on this very dynamic yet very fragile neighborhood. Our business, as I said, was created as a social and cultural hub. It means we're doing this for more than money. In fact, we're doing this for something that's actually the opposite of money. We've created a space that is about building connection, about building human commitment to the space in which we operate and we live. And frankly, we won't be able to continue doing that in a neighborhood where the financial benefit of few is trumping and taking precedence over the continued ability of low-income people to live and to thrive. I'm very concerned that our rent as a community space, when our lease comes up, will skyrocket. The kind of rampant real estate speculation that's happening all around us is going to enable our landlord and the landlord of other spaces like ours to say, frankly, the market rent and the market rate is now way more than you're able to afford. So I again am speaking in opposition to this proposal. I cannot support something that threatens our space as a community space, that threatens the ability of our neighbors to stay and to live in the neighborhood that they've called home for many, many years, that violates the spirit of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan and the spirit of community planning in general, and that promises no direct benefit to our neighborhood. So thank you again. I am directly in opposition to this proposal, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about it.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming to speak. Next up, Francis Roma. Is Francis Roma here? Francis Roma. So next is Andrea Nunez. I hope I've got your name right. Followed by Ivan Drury, Randy Chatterjee, Jennifer Fox. Nunez.
No biggie.
Welcome.
Mayor, Council, I live at 11th and St. George, so 3 blocks kitty corner from the proposed development. Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I've lived in the neighborhood for about 10 years. I'm an artist, so sometimes I get hesitant to identify as that because by far the most of my labor goes into my full-time job, which I need to stay on top of my student loan and my rent. I work as support staff at Emily Carr University. Increasing costs of living in the neighborhood are definitely putting a pinch on the artists who've played a critical role in making it what it is. There's that saying about artists being the foot soldiers of gentrification. I believe this development is particularly symptomatic of this process, especially in how it's using artists in its marketing. By choosing to stay in Mount Pleasant, I feel like I'm abdicating a certain ability to take risks, like going down to 4 days a week at my job, or to take a leave to afford myself the extra time to invest in my studio practice, or to rent a studio space to work on a body of larger work. In that sense, I think I might typify what is happening to a lot of artists in this neighborhood. Over the past couple of years, I've been seriously considering following friends who've moved to Toronto or Montreal to make a go of their careers where there seems to be more arts funding and less expensive rents. I've sat through most of this hearing and found myself trying to separate things into social concerns versus aesthetic concerns. I guess I have both. If there is this correlation, as some councillors have implied, between height and affordability, then maybe I'm not as adverse to the height as some of the other people in the room. I don't have a highly nuanced understanding of all the mechanics at work where density is concerned. I definitely know we need it. But I was thinking a question council might ask staff is to break down the need for housing in the neighbourhood based on income brackets, and to determine whether or not the neighbourhood needs more units in the particular income bracket that these units will be accessible to, and to let that answer inform their decision about this application. Aesthetically, I find the design as depicted contemptibly boring. I'm unable to appreciate what is unique or landmark or iconic about it. I feel like we can do so much better. People have just been saying that over and over. I feel like this developer is capable of doing so much better. I love that almost wherever I am in Vancouver, I can see where my home turf is, whether that be the Lee Building or the church spire at 10th and Quebec. The Biltmore is kind of concealed now, but I kind of like how it used to take over that role at night. You could I could go home towards the pink neon. The Rise building will eclipse these things as a visual signifier of our neighborhood and as a major wayfinding landmark for the area. I really want to be proud of what is there, or at least I want it to be unlike anything anywhere else. Further to this discussion of the visual, there's been a lot of discussion about the renderings of the development from the bird's eye view versus the more experiential street-level renderings generated in the community, which look a lot more alarming. And I've been thinking about how these two views can act as a kind of metaphor for the tensions between the city and the neighborhood, the neighborhood resistance. The bird's eye view kind of assumes an overarching view of the neighborhood from an unrelatable height, whereas the optics from the ground are such that there's a perception of something being hefted onto the neighborhood by someone who knows, maybe better than us, that we need it. What Annabelle Vaughn had to say earlier in the hearing really resonated with me, and I'd definitely like to join the chorus in support of what she had to say. I think everyone involved in this planning process is capable of great work, but it's the process that seems flawed, resulting in these bad optics I'm talking about, and that fire certainly did not help the optics of the situation. Further to that, elements of this development are not in keeping with the community plan, and I worry this takes what sounds like an involved, meaningful process of cobbling out that plan and diminishes it into an exercise in feel-goodery. I went to an event at the Western Front a couple of weeks ago where Annabelle and some other local artists spoke, and she put forth this idea that was really inspiring for me, that if I'm trying to compress this. If the developer really has their pulse on what the community needs, i.e. conducts public consultation prior to any of this, then they don't need to spend any money marketing to the community at all. And she had several examples of this idea put into practice in other cities. If this were possible, you'd be able to head off lengthy public hearings like this one at the pass.
So you're over your time. If you could just wrap up, please.
Yes, sorry about that. I'm really inspired and hopeful about what can happen here, but overall I'm clearly opposed to the project as it is and ask that you reject this application.
Thank you. Thanks again. Thanks for coming to speak. Ivan Drury is next, followed by Randy Chatterjee, Jennifer Fox. Welcome back.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Another late evening in Council chambers. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're on unceded Coast Salish territories, the traditional territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, Squamish peoples, and that planning and development is always taking place in unceded territory, and all the people who think they own land in order to develop it and take it away from low-income and working-class people are, in fact, only operating within the frameworks of colonialism. I'm speaking on behalf of the Downtown Eastside Neighborhood Council, and the Mount Pleasant neighborhood is not in the Downtown Eastside, but we know well the impacts of gentrification in our neighborhood and how it operates in the city. And I also am familiar with planning staff and how plans are drawn up and designs are put forward and forwarded by planning staff and developers when they come forward to council. And I know Mount Pleasant as a urban tourist, and I know about the areas that lie around the proposed site for the Rise development. And I'm concerned about the impact of the tower on the low-income housing projects that are unrecognized by most people in the city as low-income housing projects. But I know about them because when people leave the Downtown East Side because of health and safety reasons, or because they want to, or because they can, or because they just choose to, and are lucky enough to find a landlord who will rent to them, a lot of times those landlords own properties and apartment buildings just north of the intersection of Broadway and Fraser, or between Fraser and Main Street, kind of just on that overlooking the wastelands section of apartment blocks. It's like the west end of the east side. And that section of apartment blocks is what I worry about because it's got the highest concentration that I'm aware of low-income and Aboriginal people kind of outside of the downtown east side core. And I wonder if city staff has done a social impact assessment to see what the impact of this tower may be on speculation and development in those apartment areas, because those places are the current high-density affordability spaces of the east side. And I am afraid that a development like this will signal changes that could redevelop into new kinds of density that are not oriented towards low-income renters and will not overcome the stigma and rent to former Downtown East Side residents or people who have Downtown East Side addresses and SRO hotel rooms on their rental resumes. Now, I want to also say that I'm concerned about this project because, the DNC is concerned about this project because it's not operating within the spirit of the community plan that gave rise to these special sites. And we are currently engaged in a local area planning process with the City of Vancouver. And so the good faith of carrying on a planning process and carrying that spirit forward throughout the years of implementation is absolutely critical to the trust that we need to have with council and staff as we work on a local area planning process in the Downtown East Side. So I urge council to turn down this proposal and to be true to the spirit of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, which calls for density but not at the cost of affordability, and certainly not on that specific site. There's also amenities in the Mount Pleasant area that are working class amenities for people throughout the East Side, and including people who live in the Downtown East Side, like Kingsgate Mall. Kingsgate Mall is one of those last bastion malls that is not overly commercialized and blingy or super expensive and full with boutiques, but it's a mall that caters towards lower income and working class people. And I'm aware that that mall is one of the next designated sites should Rise prove to be successful and be approved by council. So I encourage council to turn down the application for rezoning at the Rise site. Finally, the last thing I wanted to say is that I also see this as a bit of an opportunity because Mount Pleasant is not the dragon's den of developer kind of nesting. It's a double metaphor. It's not really graceful. But it's not the lair of the developer monster in Vancouver. The lair of the developer monster in Vancouver is in the Downtown East Side. But I hope that this opportunity for people to look at how the city is valuing the input and the dreams of developers above the input and dreams of low-income and working-class people, that we can see this as a catalyst to work together and fight to smash that developer demon in his den in the downtown east side. And that council, maybe it's a bit idealist of me, but maybe that council could prioritize social justice planning and have the courage to stand with low-income and working-class people in the most unaffordable city in the world in order to fight back against that monster.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. And thanks up is Randy Chatterjee. And he's followed by Jennifer Fox. And that's the last of the registered speakers. And I'll call if there are any other speakers who are here who have not spoken to council. I'll call for you to come forward after Jennifer Fox. Have you got a presentation to plug in here? Okay. So if you need a few minutes to connect up, I wonder if we can hear from Jennifer Fox first. Is it going to take some time on the technical side?
Has worked before. We could. I'll let her go, and I'll plug it into the other one down there.
Okay, it doesn't look like it's working yet. So how about you work on that down at the short desk? Okay. So we'll hear first from Jennifer Fox. Thanks for being willing to switch.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for staying so late. I would also like to acknowledge that we are on unceded Coast Salish territory. I work for an Aboriginal organization, so that's a very important thing for people to know. I used to live at Main and 11th. I lived there for 2 or 3 years, but have now moved to the West End, where rent is cheaper for me, which I think is a statement in itself. But I still, in my heart, live in Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant, unlike other parts of Vancouver, has little to brag about. No oceanfront, no green space, no beautifully arching cherry blossom trees over the streets. In fact, many would argue that its only redeeming features are the eclectic mix of interesting people, unique restaurants, and independent shops that inhabit it and stamp it with a style and soul unmatched elsewhere in Vancouver. These features are what have made Mount Pleasant such a coveted place to live and shop. But how will this proposed development impact the area? We have heard many arguments over the past few days from people who have presented relevant statistics. I'm not here to repeat these, but merely to add my voice to the concerns. Although I don't believe the building as it is proposed at Broadway and Kingsway will completely destroy the neighborhood, I do believe that its potential has been far from realized in the current plans. I hope that the council members understand, especially after hearing many speakers from previous evenings, that the majority of us opposed to the development are in fact not opposed to densification and development of the area, but rather many, including myself, are not supportive of the rezoning because of the scale and design of the building. It is out of context with the needs and character of the neighborhood.
I do not pretend to be an expert on city planning, but it is clear that the proposed rezoning is not in line with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. Since I am limited in time, I will stick to one point only, which is Section 5.1 of the plan, which, quote, supports the design of an iconic landmark building when granting permission for higher buildings. I've not been trained as an architect, nor do I claim to be an artist. However, I am an early childhood educator and a school teacher, and I can assure you that even very young children are able to understand the difference between iconic and uninspiringly boring. Their young eyes light up at pictures when I show them the Capitol Gate in Abu Dhabi, the Guggenheim Museum in New York, the Seattle Public Library. I show them pictures of the proposed Rise Tower at Broadway and Kingsway, and they wrinkle their eyebrows before stating, "What? That's not a nice building, teacher. Yuck." I think the artistic community of Mount Pleasant would agree. Iconic buildings are ones that are made into postcards and fridge magnets. Iconic buildings attract tourists and shoppers and artists. Iconic buildings are ones that citizens can be proud of. This building is not iconic. I urge council members to not let this be a wasted opportunity. Let's raise our standards. Vancouver is capable of recognizing the value of architecture and design. The children I know enjoy the Vancouver Public Library. Our skyline brags of the tower at Harbour Centre, the iconic sails at Canada Place, Science World's flashy dome. Why are residents of Mount Pleasant being shortchanged with a boring concrete structure? It's especially disturbing given that the area is known for its hip, cutting-edge artistic culture. The higher stories may have been easier to swallow if the hipsters had been offered a hip design. And in the absence of such a design, I'm sure they would have been satisfied had a significant portion of the building been devoted to studio art space. Yet this has not been offered either. With nothing new or unique and interesting, what is left? High-priced condos with commercial space that will be far beyond the affordable reaches of current residents and independently owned businesses. I believe this all in the name of profits for big business and big real estate. The lack of foresight in this process is frustrating at best. I do not disagree that this site should be developed, but allow rezoning without any modifications or additional conditions would be irresponsible. I am opposed to the rezoning proposal as it currently stands at Kingsway and Broadway because it does not preserve Mount Pleasant's historic character. It sets a precedent that will lead to more high-rise projects. Public and private views of the mountains would be lost. But most of all, I am opposed to the rezoning proposal because I am here to represent future generations of the city who have said to me, "That's not a nice building. Yuck." Also, I just wanted to make one additional comment that Councillor Chang had made to the woman who spoke before, and it relates to Appendix D of the January 20th publication of the rezoning, which states, nearby arterial fronting sites are intended to develop under prevailing zoning as companion density, predominantly C3A and C2C on Main Street south of this site, with the exception of a few potential parcel assemblies between Broadway and 12th Avenue. So there are other additional plans for building. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to speak. Thank you. And Randy Chatterjee, have you got the technology going? Okay, we'll hope so. Yeah, it looks like it may take you a few minutes with all those computers. So why don't I call for any other new speakers? If it's going to take you a few more minutes, I'll give you that time. Are there any other speakers for this item who have not spoken yet? So I'll call 2 more times. Are there any other new speakers for this item? Yes?
Speech before you made the decision to not allow us to speak?
Right. So we have amended the procedure bylaw, and the city legal team has reviewed this, and the current rules do stand. So
I haven't got 15 minutes. I've only got 15 minutes left after the public hearing's finished. I haven't got 15 minutes to run home and get it to you.
Do you have it in writing?
I have it in writing.
So if you can give it to the clerk, she can copy it, and council will have an opportunity to review it.
Okay, great. So, great. Well, that's very much appreciated. Well, there you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And there is an opportunity once we conclude hearing from speakers. There's a 15-minute window for any other written submissions to come in while we're hearing from staff and the applicant with their closing comments. How are you guys doing on the technology side? Coming along. Yep, there. It looks like it's coming on the screen. Don't have it on these screens. Yeah. We have it up there. Do councillors have anything on their screens? We're still blank here on the screens. Yep. We had it for a minute, but it disappeared again. We had it for a minute there, but it's so.
It's that may be an issue. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'll let you get started.
Okay.
With your presentation.
Thank you. 2 presentations. This is a presentation for the Residents Association of Mount Pleasant, and we kindly request 8 minutes, if we could, speaking for this organization. This is the work of all of us, and about 8 of us are here. I have not spoken yet. Next slide. Law and opportunity.
Just to be clear, you're speaking for
RAMP, on behalf of RAMP.
For the organization.
On behalf of the organization itself, yeah.
So by the book is you got 5 minutes for an organization, speak on behalf of an organization. So
We had 8. We understood it would be 8.
That's for 3 or more organizations, if you're presenting on behalf of 3 or more in a presentation. Or 3 or more individuals.
I'd like to have that checked.
Well,
3 or more individuals.
We've been through this once tonight already.
3 or
as
more
far as
individuals?
Yeah.
I mean,
I have not spoken yet, and I have freely
we have 25.
Well, it's people who've already spoken. You're not speaking for people who've already spoken on the list. That's the intention of this is so that everyone has
2,500 people. I can guarantee you, not 10% have made it.
Yeah, this is just about being fair and respecting everyone's time, so everyone's equal. That's part of the democratic process here. So we just need to be clear. If you're speaking on behalf of 3 or more individuals who aren't on the speakers list or but are here, or 3 or more organizations, that's
yes. Have to be here?
Yes, that's what the bylaw says.
And they cannot have spoken.
We've been through this a couple times now.
Spoken now. You haven't spoken. Okay, 1 hasn't spoken, 2 haven't spoken. So we have 3 from our organization here who have not spoken.
Okay, and just we jot down your names so you're on the record here. Randy Chatterjee is obviously number 1, and okay, Leona. Thank you. And David Fox. All right.
Thank you, Leona.
Thanks. You're good to go.
Okay. First bit is the stick and then the carrot. The Vancouver Charter. I want to make it very clear that it's important that everything from this hearing be certified as being fair and accurate. That's an important part of the law. It is the Charter. We're going to go through this very fast. Next slide. This is the P5. This is what was sent out actually just a couple days, well, a couple months ago. I'm going to flip over to the transportation side of it first. Next. Okay. Important issue here was concerning the bikeway, and I want to discuss a little bit about the bikeway. Next. Here's the slide that was presented to us. You recognize it, I'm sure. I'm going to zoom in it. Next. Here's the spot. All right, we've got a very important crosstown cycling route here. You can see the bulge that's to the south side of that street. Next slide. Here is what's going next to that. This is directly from the design of the protagonist. Next. I'm putting that design on top of the previous slide just to show you where it is. It also gives a scale. Next slide. I'm going to put a truck in next to where the other trucks are. 53 feet long is my understanding of the length, but I'm going to, whatever it is because that's the drawing of the proponent. Next. I'm moving that truck out, and I'm going to move it to where it belongs when it takes that corner. Next. Here's the 53-foot truck taking the corner on Watson, around the site, off the curb. Next. I'll get rid of that. Now you got a truck here in a turning radius. Next slide. Actually, go back one. I took one out. In a turning radius that cannot make that turn without crossing over the bike limit with a blind outside left corner. This is very dangerous. There's no way he can make that turn without crossing the bike lane. I don't know if it's going to be a separated bike lane or what, but a very dangerous situation not mentioned. Next. Here this is a route about the transit routes. There's a transit route missing on this map, and I can't believe the Transportation Department, and this is, sorry, Lon, but this was Jerry's fault, I guess, not yours. Next slide. What's missing on this? There's wires above that street. Why are there wires there? The number 9 actually loops around through this street regularly during rush hours at odd times. And 9 comes down that street. Never mentioned in any of the discussions. Next. Here we have... Actually, go to the here we have back in. Go to the next one. Okay. Here we have an issue of discussing the. Here we have an issue discussing the street, Watson Street, and how important that it be pedestrian. Next slide. Here's what is next to Watson Street. You can see a truck kind of pulling out into the street. Next slide. And I finally get back to this one. Number 9. Main Street, number 9 bus running north-south. There's something really wrong with that. It's actually the number 3. Small detail, but there are a lot of mistakes here. They could cost lives. Next slide. Mount Pleasant Community Plan, second issue. This has been discussed, but I want to show you it in detail. Next slide. This is concerning the large sites. All right. And there are 2 pages regarding the large sites. There are 3 separate large sites. This is the first of the pages. Next, second of the pages. I'm going to go from back forward. Number 3, site number 3. Very specifically, this was very important. It was written this way. Next slide. Here's the IGA site. Specifically 2 bullet points. The first one, pursue additional density and height beyond C2C zoning. Very specifically stated there. Next slide. Kingsgate Mall, pursue additional density and height above C3A. Very specifically stated there for a very important reason, because the community said that was the right thing to do. Next slide. Here's all of the section on the rise. It is specifically missing. There is nothing to state that there should be a rezoning on this site. Very specifically left out, intentionally. The only issue there was it would be an iconic building. That's important because that's the history of this document. A lot of community work went into this document. It's very important that you see that in black and white. Next slide. Watson Street. Let's just look at Watson Street for a second. We've got similar to Mole Hill precedent in Vancouver's West End neighborhood. Celebrate the historical importance. These are very important things that were discussed for days, for hundreds of hours. Next slide. Here's Mole Hill. Next slide. There's Mole Hill. Next slide. There's Mole Hill. Next slide. There's Mole Hill. Do you see any high-rise towers here? I think there's maybe one more. I see lots of really beautiful short buildings. And actually, I didn't include this, but there's actually a beautiful stream that runs through there, as there is under our site. Next slide. The important issue here, though, this is very critical. You know this picture very well. You've seen it. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, okay, all right. This is hundreds of hours of work from a professional architect. Next slide. Next slide. Building this was not easy. It took a huge amount of work with a lot of effort getting data out of the city. Next slide. These 2 things pop up later. Next slide. And they get supported by, after Steve spoke, they got supported by, this is Russell. And next slide. And the city report was written about it. It should come up in a second. Here's the city report that specifically said, oh, this was an artist's interpretation. Okay, we have no chance so far. And Steve has had no chance to respond to this. Next slide. Here's the site. We paid $120 for this, Steve did actually, for this picture. This is open data at $120 a pop. That picture is the original picture that was taken upon which that artist rendition was based. It's a photograph. It's not a piece of art. It's a photograph. Next picture. This was free. This was given to us by the proponent. Next slide. Let's go back. A little different here. Let's go forward again. There's something that changed between those. Let's see what it is. Next slide. Here's the compilation of both of them together. The horizon is significantly off. Next slide. In fact, everything is off. Same base picture. Exactly the same picture. Next slide. Here's the entirety of the fisheye picture that was taken by a blimp on the site. That's the entire picture with crosshatches on it to show the center line of that picture. That's very important. You'll see that later. Next slide. We're zooming in. This is specifically the part that was mentioned or blown up in these images. Next slide. Here are the points. These are little red marks in the corners of buildings. Points taken out. Next slide. A couple points on top of I think it's the Sophia, and then there's one in the back you have a little trouble seeing, and the trees upper left. These identifiable points in the picture. Next slide. These, you can't see them very well, but they're points across the whole picture. But let me show you. We've identified corners throughout the whole picture. Next slide. Now I'm going to bring in the other one, and I'm going to attach it directly on top of this picture. Next slide. And here it is fully. You can see actually multiple points now, a couple of crosses, and I'll show you how I built those other crosses. Next slide. You go in and you take the first, there's two very identifiable corner points there. They've got X's on them. That actually, there's two X's on each one. They overlap slightly. They've been pushed together very close to the center line. Next slide. Here's the center line of the picture. That center line is the center of the any distortion that would happen would emanate from there. And those are 2 points taken very close to that. I matched them up, took them right next to each other. Next slide. And then I did the same with the rest of the picture. You can see there's a bit of a divergence here. Next slide. And divergence there. Small, but a little bit. Next slide. Huge diversion up in the sky. And you can tell why. Because obviously the horizon is a whole different picture. But you can see the top of the Sophia, hugely different in height. Next slide. Very, very different. Very, it's not the same. It's not the same picture at all. Well,
so you're over your time now. You can wrap up, please.
And I'm going to fly through the rest of these. You will be able to see this, and more importantly, you'll be able to see it. I'm going to just fly through these. Okay, right here, this is a city graphic that we weren't shown. That's the city graphic. Shows a very different building. Here's the Axonosbury building. And the next one. Here's another city graphic that we got for $120 that was never shown. Very interesting. That, very different than this. Why were these withheld? This is a big problem. Look at these images here. Those were off. And an important issue here, I'll go back one. It is the law, go back two actually. It is the law that information presented to the public and to public hearings be accurate. You have to assess that, you have to assert that. It is the law. There is a court case in Port Moody that very specifically ruled against the council when a rezoning happened because misinformation material to the case was provided. Next one. Now, I want to actually go to the other one. Next.
So, Mr. Chatterjee, you're almost 2 minutes over.
I want to leave to show what the community has been working on for 6 months. 4 more slides. That's it. Just 4 more slides. Go to your presentation.
I'll give you a little leeway here, but
yeah,
please.
So at the end of the evening, I know I'm sorry, but we've been working very hard for a year to show just what could and should happen in our community. And we've been given lots of runaround for 4 years. Now, I want to be very clear here. There are 4 other community plans that are now being launched. They're all watching. As you could tell, their most important leaders were here. They're all watching what happens here. Start her up. Here's the street line. Very important. Street walls are very important in planning. Here's the existing building, the heritage building. It's a local reference. Here are some buildings that might go around it. Perimeter site massing, very important to create an urban space. Here we have 2 critical and very important requirements for this site. That the site be permeable and have public space in it. All right? Here's the massing numbers. We built the first tower at 7 stories under the C3A zoning correctly. We built massing along the front, massing on the side. The stories are shown there and heights are shown there. And we capped the end with we're calling it a little bicycle shed, but very important space perhaps where cyclists could change to get on transit. Total square footage is 160,000 square feet, FSR 3. I can get into the financials later.
So, Mr. Chatterjee, you're
plan. Very important.
You're going to have to call your time here.
Okay. It'll continue.
If you can submit that, the rest of that.
Slide.
It's all about being fair. It is all about being fair, and he said several minutes.
We changed the rules in the middle. We resent that.
We're going to need to recess,
This is the last slide.
If you guys aren't going to be respectful of the chair.
There you go.
You're several minutes over. Your last slide. Okay. Thank you for coming to speak.
I just want to finish by saying you have opportunities here to do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr.
The ramp has requested a legal advice on whether the misrepresentation very clearly stated by me and by about 200 other people that our material, because height is critical to this, it was well known.
Thank you, Mr.
We are willing to take action.
Okay.
We're also willing to design something better.
Thank you.
That will pay.
Thank you very much. And there's a lot of leeway there that I'm not generally inclined to give, but given you're the last speaker that's registered, I'm going to call for any last speaker. I've called a couple times now. I'll just call one more time. If there are any other new speakers to this item who haven't had the opportunity to speak yet here tonight? Okay, so with that, if you have spoken to council and you wish to make additional comments, you can do so in writing. If there's presentations that you hadn't had the chance to send to us, seeing that we have no further new speakers, the speakers list has now closed, and anyone can submit comments for the next 15 minutes, so till about 10:48 or so. If you can email those to mayorandcouncil@vancouver.ca, or you can give them to the clerk here so they can be distributed to all of council. These public comments will be assembled by the clerk and distributed to council members prior to council's debate of this public hearing matter. They will be made available publicly as well, I understand, publicly on the city's website. And we will move now to hearing closing comments from the applicant and staff while we take that time. So first of all, I'll ask the applicant on closing comments. And then we'll have closing comments from staff.
Good evening. Morning. I think we're still evening. Mayor and Council, thank you very much. Thank you for your participation in this and your patience, both in this process and the 2 years of heavy process we've been in, the 5 years of in and out process, I'd call it. We'd also like to thank your staff who've proven themselves to be extremely hardworking and diligent and patient with us a lot of the time. Not the easiest people to deal with at all points, but they've done an amazing job, I think, for the city and for our community. Just a couple of points I'd like to talk to in summarizing sort of our experience and some of the major points brought up during the last 6 weeks, I think it's been. One is on the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. We've heard a lot of discussion on that. And we, Rise and Acton Austri, agree wholeheartedly with city staff that this proposal is in compliance with both in compliance with and very much in the spirit of the community plan. We held off submitting this rezoning proposal.
Just ask speakers. The speaker has the floor, and I didn't hear any raspberries from the speaker when others were at the mic. So just ask everyone to be respectful, please.
I'm happy to take those once I leave the podium. We held off submitting this rezoning proposal back in 2007 when the community plan started, and we worked with the community and staff through this process to submit a plan. Actually, before the community plan was adopted in 2010, we submitted in July of 2010, that we believe is the best fit for the plan and for this community. And as has been presented by staff, we're asking for the best fit and an opportunity on this site that is only several stories taller than what could theoretically be fit into this property under existing C3A zoning. The big difference being that, one, we're providing more homes, which are very much in need in Vancouver, and we're providing a significant amenity to the community. And again, we, as with many speakers who presented over the last nights of public hearing, strongly hope this amenity contribution is apparent and lands in the community. As an aside, I volunteer on the Mount Pleasant Implementation Committee, which is formed out of the community plan and directed to, in the future, act as a liaison between the community and the development community as new proposals come forward. We didn't have this group or this opportunity when RISE first started this process. I hope, having worked with other community groups that have been formed and formalized in other jurisdictions, that the future work of this group, the MPIC, will start to build some of the trust that has been alluded to this evening and in other nights. The other point I'd like to talk to is transit. It's been mentioned a number of times. There's been an awful lot of discussion about it. This site is the confluence, if not the best site in all of Metro Vancouver for transit-oriented design, which is a fundamental for sustainable communities. We've heard that repeatedly, and we've heard examples such as the very successful sellout of Marine Gateway a couple of weeks ago, with 11,000 people lined up to buy homes on transit. It's the simple factor of the sustainable way to go. Whether or not Broadway becomes a fixed line transit service, which I certainly hope it does in my lifetime, Broadway, Kingsway, and Main is one of the major transit corridors in our region, and it is one of the best places to put this type of density. On architecture, which has also been discussed, both RISE and Acton Ostry take great pride in the projects we built to date. We focus on how they integrate and add to the communities in which we build, but more importantly, we like to focus on the people who live in them and buy these homes as their homes and how they integrate and add to the community. The form of the building we've talked about, the various sections, the 5, 5, 9, and 19 stories, are intentionally designed to fit to the community and the massings of the blocks in and around them. This is important, and it is conforming to and listening to the community built form and responding to that. But we have a lot of work left to do. We have the development process, the development permit process, which could take 8 to 12 months, and we look forward to working with staff on really defining the architecture for this building and really, frankly, making it a RISE brand. And if you've seen any of the work we do, again, we take great pride in what we do, and we like to be unique, and we like to push the limits of what we do, and we like to experiment. And we will do this with this building. This has been a 5-year process for ourselves and for Acton Ostry. It's been very involved. I should point out Teresa and Sean, who've been on the ground in Mount Pleasant for the last year and a half, with myself having way more coffees than a normal human being should have in Mount Pleasant, but enjoying it and learning from the community the whole time. And obviously this has been a very engaged process. As we've witnessed in, I think now, 6 nights, the community has responded, whether in support or not, or neutral. The community has responded resoundingly to this process, and everyone who has participated in this obviously needs to be commended for their participation and their belief in their neighborhood. We believe, in summary, that this project meets Council's goals, that it is good for the community, and is a reflection of our aims toward a greener city, toward an affordable and a sustainable community. And I'll leave you with one quip that I've recently heard, that really in what we're hearing, the demands for people where they want to live, transit is the new green. And that we are hearing that from our purchasers, we're hearing that from the market. So again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you for that. We'll hear from staff for their closing comments now. Ms. McNeil.
Okay. Well, you've heard a lot over the last 6 weeks, and you've had a number of presentations from staff through PowerPoints and verbal, and lots of questions back and forth. And you have a fairly, what we think is rigorous staff report as well. We are recommending support, and we're doing it because the Mount Pleasant Community Plan does identify this site as one of those 3 sites that can achieve additional height and density. And it is only one of the 3 sites that's within the area that can in fact do that. There are other rezoning potential within Mount Pleasant, but none of them are at the level that these 3 sites are. And the reason is the plan is really trying to leverage public benefits for this community. That is the main focus of this whole thing. This site in particular is the largest site, or rather will create the largest CAC in any of those other areas in the city. This is the one to really try to leverage the most for this community. So for that reason and a number of others, we do support it. We wanted to just say that the plan really calls for a balance in many areas. It calls for a balance between public benefits and building height and density. It calls for a balance between the uniqueness of Mount Pleasant and this area's responsibility as part of the city and the region to locate density between key transit hubs. And it calls for a balance between market housing and affordable housing. The project meets these objectives by locating higher density at this key transit hub. We've heard repeatedly how important that intersection of Broadway and Kingsway really is, not just for this community, for the entire city, in fact. And we see that there is a future transit hub, station located or to be located within this nexus as well. It also offers a mix of uses and a vibrant street wall. It is still and reflects the Hilltown morphology that Mount Pleasant is seeking, that's contained within the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. It distributes height along Kingsway as the plan calls for,
and it allows small-scale retail to occur at the straight edge. The design is still at the rezoning stage, as we've said several times, and the rezoning stage is not the place to work out detailed design. It's really to determine the FSR, the height, the massing, and the form. If you agree that that is the right direction to go into, then at the development permit stage, there will be a much more fulsome and rigorous discussion around what is iconic architecture, what's landmark architecture, and has this building satisfied that. And we will be using the urban design panel to assist with that discussion as well, to determine whether they satisfy it. The thing that I keep returning back to staff is what is the base zoning for this area, and it's C3A for this site. And as we've said on several occasions, this is a property that would very likely achieve the 3 FSR that the Development Board can, and a height likely in excess of the Stella project, which is 135 feet. That is the approved height on that site. So it wouldn't be unusual for the board to be approached with a project around the 150-foot height mark. You would end up with a property that is similar morphology, a podium and a tower, at 3 FSR, 150 feet, and no public benefits. The plan really calls for things to change in these instances where you can go beyond that zoning in order to leverage a public benefit for the community. So the CAC, this site did contain on-site amenities, and that has been was part of the project for basically up to the 11th hour, when at that point it was a hard look was taken at how much this is costing to produce on-site artist production space and on-site market rental through the STIR program. And staff determined that really, in our estimation, that we thought the community would be better served if we could take that money, leverage it the way the city can, which isn't possible for a developer, and really in both instances increase whatever you could deliver. With the Affordable Housing Fund, as we said before, you can actually produce subsidized rental housing. That wasn't even proposed as part of this rezoning initially, and it could achieve up to 24 units if they're mortgaging the money to achieve the project, or if they're partnering with higher governments, it could absolutely achieve even in excess of 24 units in a wood frame building. The $4.5 million related to the artist production space, again, with the city's help and our ability, can leverage an even greater amount of artist production space than the 9,200 square feet that was proposed in this building. So for all of those reasons, we feel that the project is supportable, and we do recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that summary. So again, people, there's still a few minutes. If there are any more comments that you want to submit, written comments to our clerks. Did anyone have written comments they needed to submit? I know we have a couple that have come in. So we have a couple more minutes of that. And clarifying, so we'll do clarifying questions for staff before we close off this portion of the meeting. Any other clarifying questions for staff based on these closing comments? Emergency services? No, I think this is the time, if you have clarifying questions that based on the speakers in the public hearing that we're in the midst of. Councillor Louie? Councillor Meggs is next on the queue. My apologies.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Staff
follow up. It's okay? Follow up to the exchange we had over artist space and parking. I'd like some assistance and some advice as to whether or not the council could make a motion as part of this decision when and if it comes that it would not be a violation of the decision to rezone if the council approves the rezoning to use parking space for artist space provided it met building code requirements and so on. I mean, the objection that you seem to find in it was that it would be counted in the FSR. Council may approve a certain level of FSR. I'm asking, is it possible for us to say, notwithstanding that decision, it would not be a violation of that decision to use artist space in parking that was surplus? I mean, we see that the parking is higher than the staff required. There's more parking than the staff requires. Just down the road, leave the door open for artist space or even in the interim? By some mechanism like that. I'm sorry, I'm quite inarticulate, but I'm trying to figure out, can we do that?
Maybe if I can help you here. There's two opportunities. One is to say, to direct staff to say that you would encourage the reuse of unused parking spaces for things other than parking, like community uses, and that you would encourage, I'll just leave it at that. The second one is that the developer, if they choose to go that route, is open to having a text amendment for us to alter the FSR. So that's another route. And I guess the third option would be for you to direct staff to say that amend the pending bylaw that's part of your package to allow any use other than parking uses to be excluded from FSR if they are in support of the community.
Yeah, I think I'd appreciate language for 1 and 3 when we get to that stage for consideration by council.
Thanks, Councillor Meggs. Councillor Affleck.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to see, I know we keep harping on this, but the latest information from Mr. Chatterley with the photographs, I'm wondering if we can have an analysis of those photographs I know we have the analysis of the other photographs, but these ones seem to be quite different in that final presentation, and I wonder if staff can take a closer look at those and report back to us on those. That's all.
Okay. Any response from staff?
So the last report, the last presentation by Mr. Chatterley was with the photographs and the very detailed. I wonder if we can. I know we've sort of dealt with this a little bit, but these ones were slightly different, and I was wondering if we can get a report back on or an analysis of those and a report back to us on those.
Okay, and you do have a yellow memo. It was the first one related to the drawing in the rezoning report and how staff estimated or evaluated that basically. With respect to the other images, I frankly don't know where those are coming from. They're not part of the rezoning proposal. They may have been crafted by our technical team in evaluation of that artist rendering when it first became an issue for the community, but it wasn't part of the rezoning application or posted on the rezoning application's website or evaluated by staff in determining whether to recommend this proposal. So I really can't comment on where those came from and in fact, where they originated.
I mean,
they're not in the report. They're not part of the rezoning application.
There's certainly photos in the developers' documents that are similar to that. I think that might be where they're coming from.
Well, again, if they're not part of the rezoning application, then they're not part of what staff evaluated.
Okay. No, I understand that. It's obviously a frustration of the residents that this is something that they still don't feel confident that that there is some confusion out there about this. I'm wondering if there's any way we can clarify it once more to them that.
Again, I think we just returned back to the information that we posted on the city's rezoning application site for this project. Those are the drawings that staff have used to evaluate the technical data of height, massing, scale, shadow in the area, and view impacts. There are view studies, which we've certainly supplied for you as well. And that's basically the gist of it, along with the models. So if there's supplementary information that's floating around out there, I can't say that staff have used it to evaluate it because it hasn't been made part of the rezoning application. So.
Okay.
That all, Councillor Affleck?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Jang, questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There have been a couple concerns raised. The community plans identifies 3 sites and only 3 larger sites. In your summation, you had made the comment that there are other rezoning potentials within Mount Pleasant, but they won't meet anything nearly the size of the Rise or the other ones contemplated for the other 3 sites. I'm really tired. I'm not articulate as well. So I guess the question is that for me, why is it? How big could they go? Or I mean, what would stop it from getting big if someone was to come in for rezoning on another parcel of land nearby? That's what I think many of the residents are worried about. That it'll just be another one of these types of processes.
Thank you, Matt Shillito, Community Planning. the council is right that there are three large sites identified for medium and high-rise development, of which the Rise site is one. As you'll see in Section 5 of the community plan, there are also a number of other areas where rezonings are contemplated. That's Broadway West, Broadway East, Uptown, and Main from 2nd to 7th. And there's guidance in the plan on the proposed building heights there, typically around 6 stories. In some cases, there's an allowance to go beyond that, subject to further planning study, and to see whether additional height would contribute greater public benefits and not contravene basic urban design principles. So we're basically talking about mid-rise forms of development along the arterials, Main and Broadway. 6 stories is a sort of a base height suggested, with the potential to go slightly higher on some sites, but a mid-rise form of development rather than high-rise. So high-rise is not contemplated on any other sites.
Okay, so that would prevent any high-rise applications. You would see something and say, nope, it's just not there.
Yeah, the plan's pretty clear in directing towards mid-rise development. It doesn't put a hard cap of 6 stories, but it suggests 6 stories is a good height.
Not 19 or something like
no,
that. Okay.
No.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Councillor Jane. Councillor Deal?
Yes, thank you very much. We had some questions about the pedestrian realm. There have been quite a few. I know we're not at the design phase, but I would hope that those questions were well heard and well considered. And I don't know, perhaps you can explain to us how those concerns will be addressed if this were to move forward.
There are a number of conditions that staff have added to Appendix B of the staff report, form of development conditions, and they deal directly with the development permit stage if council approves the rezoning. And what in fact they're calling for are changes to reduce shadowing on the north side of Broadway, in addition to increasing the pedestrian scale along the street edge on all 4 corners, as well as looking to minimize the opening for the loading and the vehicular access off Watson Street, and to increase pedestrian scale and interest on Watson Street. All of these things I think we've heard from the community with respect to their desire to see a much more articulated building, something that's smaller and pedestrian scale at that level, at the street edge, and we think that those conditions definitely will communicate the correct direction for staff to take at the DP stage.
Okay, because certainly Watson with the truck entrance would be a challenging place for pedestrian rail.
Yeah.
In terms of the I'll call it the perched plaza, there was some discussion about whether or not there were still options to make that publicly accessible. And is that still something that could possibly be on the table?
Well, remember we talked about that, I think, and one of the questions was, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Our advice was that it wasn't preferable. And the reasons were that there are difficult spaces when you elevate a public realm above the street level where there's no obvious route up there like an escalator or a set of stairs, and you're dealing with an area that is bounded by very private residential uses. So the division between public and private becomes difficult. No, it's not impossible. Yes, I think one of the speakers says it's just a matter of money, and I think they're right in that regard. So it would probably require its own means of egress up and back from the plaza space as well. But yes, it could be made public, providing there was enough security for those units to face it, to know that there's a clear definition between the private realm and the public realm.
Right, because there's not a lot of park space in the area, and that did occur to me. Somebody mentioned emergency services. Do we consult with police and fire to ensure that we have the services or the right size trucks for the height of buildings in the neighborhood? It's not part of the process. So maybe we can make sure that if this moves on, that we get a memo back to. It's an obligation of the fire department, but to reassure people that perhaps we can get that in a memo. And then my final question has to do with the indoor retail spaces. Yeah, I understand that the ideal situation is that they're all rented very quickly. If there are any that are not, I wonder if there's any opportunity for something like with the temporary community gardens we've seen around the city, which is a temporary community meeting room or some other use. If there's any space sitting empty at any time in the building. Now, obviously, you want to rent things quickly and you don't like to take things away once you give them, but we have seen some success in temporary use of future development sites for community gardens. So I just like to keep that in mind, that if there's one of those retail spots that is not being rented, that perhaps there's some temporary use that could be put there. So I don't think we can do a communal kitchen in a temporary way because they're very expensive to put in. But the communal kitchen idea was interesting, but I didn't see an opportunity for it. But it's too bad. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Deal. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to confirm again. I know you must be so tired around these questions and the repetition of them. But the C3A zoning, you noticed you noted in your summary that under that zoning, if a developer were to come forward, that zoning would allow them a 3FS. They could go up to 3FSR. And you said, although the Stella's at 120 feet or whatever.
135.
105. It could be more. It could even be up to 150. How would that happen? I mean, how could it be up to 150? Is there no upper limit?
Well, the development board can approve anything to an unspecified height, but they have to take into account all applicable policies and guidelines, which include C3A, district schedule, and the design guidelines. And now the council adopted Mount Pleasant Community Plan, which directs staff to consider additional height and density on that particular site. So I'm going to imagine for them for a minute what they would likely do, and they would say, what's gone on in the neighborhood for the last 5 years? What have we been approving, and what are the general heights? Well, they'd look at the Stella at 135 feet. They'd look at the other things along Kingsway that are all over or close to 100 feet, generally over, and then they would consider the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, which says, as well, this site is eligible for additional height and density. So it wouldn't be unusual for the board to consider something that was probably in excess of the Stella, not to the level of this rezoning, obviously, and it would have to stay within the parameters of the 3FSR project, but it would not be unusual for them to be looking at something that was around the 150 mark. Now, I'm not supposing they would approve it, but I think it would be wrong to assume that the staff wouldn't consider that height and purport that to the board.
Okay. Regarding the plan itself, we did have in the last slide presentation a verification. I've read these sections over, and in my interpretation of it, there is a constant use for the three sites of mid-rise, medium-rise, and high-rise. It doesn't just say high-rise. Is that correct?
That's right. Matt, do you want to say?
That's right. There's a general phrase in the preamble to the discussion of the three sites that refers to mid and high-rise and high-density development.
Thank you. And in the two sites, the Kingsgate Mall and the IGA Mall, IGA site, it talks specifically about high-rise, but then in this particular site, it doesn't talk about high-rise. It talks about an iconic site. I'm just, again, wondering if how the interpretation of high-rise got onto this site.
Well, as I say, there's a preamble language that refers to mid and high-rise development for all three sites. I think that I'd acknowledge the lack of consistency in dealing with this particular site in terms of pursuing density beyond the existing zoning. I think that's a lack of clarity that with hindsight we would do differently. But I think the intent to pursue additional height and density, including mid and high-rise forms on these three sites, is pretty clear in the plan.
Do you think that, though, that the fact that that high-rise word wasn't in this third site, it said mid and high-rise for the other two sites, and no specification, that it might be a reasonable expectation that the community members would assume that mid-rise refers to this site?
Well, no, I don't think so, given that, as I say, the preamble to these three sites does include references to mid and high-rise development.
Okay, in terms of the requirements for the lift, any lift in height and density, I just want to clarify what are the requirements for all three sites versus specifically the requirements for this particular site. In this particular site, terms like iconic building, that wording is used. But on this site, are the general requirements for lift in terms of social amenity? Maybe you could list them for me so I'm just perfectly clear. I've got a list, but maybe you've got a better list.
I don't know if I have a list, but the basic requirements are for good urban design performance and delivery of public benefits. So
Right.
those are common to all three sites.
Okay, those are the ones that are common. And under public benefits, affordable housing, access to public space, these are there were some others that permeability. Was that one, or is that a different part of the plan?
Well, permeability really is an urban design criteria, but yeah, the other two are obviously common public benefits.
Okay. And in terms of fit with the historic neighborhood character, is that a requirement in these three sites, in your opinion?
I think that the historic neighborhood was generally considered to be slightly north of this area, and that these sites would have an opportunity to reinterpret that in a contemporary way. The real historic core of Mount Pleasant was considered in the plan to be the area around the Lee Building.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. And that's it for the queue. I just had a question. There's been some questions, and there's been a lot of concerns expressed around the design, the architecture, the iconic or landmark status that is specified in the plan. And there's been some clarity expressed around this isn't where we approve the actual design of the building and what will be built, that there's more process on that. That said, I think there's been a lot of concern expressed that, well, it's most of the way there, or why didn't more of it happen to blow people away to this stage coming into public hearing? So I'm curious how much can change at this point in this situation if council is being asked to decide on the density and the form there. How much can it change given the parameters, given the specifications on the site? Is there an opportunity for dramatic change in the look of this building once it goes through the further stages?
Well, the form of development conditions call for changes on upper floor setbacks off of Broadway to reduce the shadowing. So in terms of just massing, that is one of the things that we're looking for. What the rezoning would lock in place would be the height of the buildings as you move around the site, and it changes from 2 to 5 to 9 to 5 and back to 19 on the corner. Those are the things that would be basically locked in place, that the developer could complete the design based on that. The outer skin of the building, the articulation of the facades, the fenestration relationships of solid to void, window to solid wall, materiality, the scale of storefronts and the level of, if there's an arcade on Broadway, how high is that? All of that can be dealt with at the development permit stage, which is where it should naturally sit. So.
Okay. Maybe just to be more specific to the potential flow through of the building, once the heights and the density are locked in, would there potentially be any opportunity for there to be any flow through the buildings that are approved through the public hearing process?
I would think not, unless the developer decided on their own accord to make a change. That is a substantial difference from what we're seeing today, because they would have to consider ways around how much retail they're providing and what are the loading requirements for that retail and where is that loading. We've talked about the differences between the Woodward site and this site, the Woodward's being almost 3 times as large as this. So all of that can be accommodated underground. This is a property that really needs a vibrant retail, and retail needs loading, and there is a requirement for vehicle access. So all of that would have to come into play and shift in some way that made sense for the developer. So I don't think those are the kinds of changes that we would end up seeing or directing the developer to do at the DP stage, because it's too major to the project. If it's something that council desires, then it really needs to be directed at this stage, not at the development permit stage.
Okay. And specific to that loading question, I know we have sites in the city, particularly downtown, where loading is a real challenge, and there's some creative options that are used on street. I know historically, in my business, we had to do some of that based on where our manufacturing facility was on the east side. Is there any opportunity? I know there's obvious constraints with Broadway, with Kingsway, and with all four of the streets really bounding it. Is there any other option that reduces the backloading and the impact on Watson, off hours, late night loading and unloading that I know I've seen and done in other sites?
We have the same desire as you, is to minimize as much as possible that Watson Street frontage dedicated to loading and vehicle access. And staff will be doing, all of that gymnastics to try to see if there are ways that we can do things differently and still meet the business requirements of having a viable retail space in those areas. So, I don't know, Lon, did you want to add anything to that, or?
Sure. I would just say that permitting loading off of one of those adjacent streets would be a real problem. The dimensions are quite tight. In terms of Broadway, we have the bus lane. On Kingsway, we have a bus stop and a bus zone. And then on 10th Avenue, there is a lay-by there for the trolley buses, and all the trolley bus routes use that on an emergency basis when the service is challenged for reliability. So that space sort of needs to be there at all times. So there just isn't the curb space really available to kind of just offer up for a loading zone.
And the challenge with getting trailer trucks down below the building is the site is too small to get the trucks down and have loading underground.
That's correct.
Okay, I think that's my questions. Councillor Ball, questions?
Thank you. Just very briefly, I think this has been a long hearing process, and I have been watching it on TV when I was ill. But I noticed that you just ran down a list of all the responses that you were making to all the requests that people had made. And it was quite an extensive list of responses saying, yes, we heard the people that came in, and these are going to be our recommendations, which gives me great comfort in terms of the list. But I also think, following on Mr. Mayor's comment about the design, we heard many people come in frantic about the design and wondering, what it was. And I think that there's a misunderstanding out there in the public that perhaps we could make more clear in the future what a public rezoning is about, what the public hearing is about, so that there is an understanding that there's a further process, and that might help to alleviate some of the angst and the misunderstanding that has grown, and that there will be further opportunities for this project to grow if it does move forward. But I'd like to thank you for giving us that list, and I think it will be great if it's in the report that it is in response to the people that have come forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. And Councillor Louis, do you have questions?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question and suggestion how to deal with the matter, since we have to do a bit of review. But a question, what is, in the plan itself, community plan, it talks about an iconic, and then bracket landmark. Just to describe that to as best you can in this context.
It's a terribly subjective term. Both landmark and iconic usually mean some kind of special architectural treatment. They can also refer, in some cases, to height, but that isn't always the case. I would draw attention to the rendering in the plan document that includes a tower on the site. So I think that was pretty clearly indicated in the plan. But I really don't think there's an objective definition of those terms, but certainly they intend to produce a building of some significance, of very high quality, that will be memorable, that will create a sense of place in the community. And in some cases, those terms can also include additional height, but there are other ways to deliver those placemaking qualities in the quality of the architecture. So it's not just about height. But those are my subjective comments on what is really a subjective term, and probably a term that in future reference we would not use in a community plan.
Well, that's good to know, since we've got several of them underway right now. Just on the development of this plan and the fact that it pulled out 3 larger sites, and in this instance, for this specific site, it did highlight the need for an iconic or a building to land here, and talks about height and mid-rise in general areas. These 3 areas more specifically, it says it's some specific locations, and then it gives an example, and then it goes on further in the plan to describe these 3 sites: the Kingsgate Mall site, the IGA site, and the Broadway, Kingsway, Watson, and 10th Avenue site. And it's quite specific. But can you just describe why these sites again to us? Why were these ones so special that they are pulled out and there's actual descriptions on these sites?
It's really in recognition of the scale of the sites and the opportunity that they create for greater height, with having and less impact on immediately surrounding lower density residential areas. They're in the heart of Mount Pleasant, a commercial area. They're close to transit, and generally speaking, they have an opportunity to go to greater heights and create better transitions to the neighbors. Whereas even the arterial streets that I mentioned earlier in response to Councillor Jang's questions have, in many cases, residential development immediately adjacent to the rear of them. So keeping to a mid-rise form would seem to be more appropriate there. Whereas a variety of forms on these larger sites, mid-rise and high-rise, could be accommodated on them, given their scale and their particular location.
Okay, so just describe to me what mid-rise at height looks like.
Again, no dictionary definition, but a working definition, and one that I think will put into future plans is, typically it's up to 10, possibly 12 stories is mid-rise, and above that is high-rise.
Okay, and so if I read the plan and understand what you're saying, because they're larger sites, it was contemplated that on these larger sites that it would have a mix of both high-rise and mid-rise buildings on the same site. It's not that you were contemplating that it could be either or, but that you would have a mix of buildings on the same site. Is that correct?
That certainly a mix of mid and high-rise buildings on these sites was considered an appropriate response to the plan.
Just want to be clear, because it could be interpreted as either or, but that's not what was contemplated.
No, certainly a mix of the two was contemplated as a possible good response to the plan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to... that's it for questions. So that officially concludes the public hearing. And given the hour, may I suggest that we refer this debate and decision to a regular council meeting as unfinished business. The next one is April 17th. Prior to that meeting, Council has the opportunity to review the additional material that we understand has been submitted. That can be posted, obviously will be posted publicly. All the comments that were received after the time of the close of the speakers list. And in addition to that, any council member, I think notably Councillor Reimer, who's been sick this week, who's been absent for part of the public hearing, may either receive a summary report from our staff or review the videotape of the parts of the public hearing that they were absent for. So that gives some time for that as well. So in terms of that, we need a motion from council if we were going to refer, because I expect there will be some debate, some considerable time that needs to go into all of that process. Councillor Louis, you're willing to move that? April 17th, unfinished business at the council meeting. That would be in the morning of April 17th. Okay, any debate on that? All those in favor of referring to April 17th? Any opposed? And that carries. So we'll bring this back April 17th in the morning at council. Before we go through our required steps to close off this meeting, I just want to thank everyone for being here, for coming out to speak eloquently, passionately, all of the work that went into presentations and materials that give Council the benefit of the community's wisdom to make sure we make the best decision that we can for the community. By my count, I had about 139 speakers that we heard from in this public hearing. And unfortunately, there were lots more who signed up. Hopefully, they were able to get input one way or the other through to Council. But I know it's been some very, very interesting nights, lots of hours. People can't understand how we at Council can sit for so long, but I know I don't speak alone in saying that it's fascinating to hear all the input that comes from community. It keeps us engaged. So greatly appreciate everyone's patience and respect for the process. And we will be back to this on April the 17th. I'll ask for a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Deal, all those in favour? Opposed? That carries. The motion to adopt the report of the committee. Councillor Jang, a seconder. Councillor Deal, all those in favour? Any opposed? And that carries. And this meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.